Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, April the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a couple of yeses so that I know you can see my screen and hear me? No screen. You know why? No screen. You're right. Just a minute. Yeah, just give me a second. You'll start to see the screen anytime now. Sorry about that. Forgot to launch it. You should see the screen now, right? All right. So, we had some good job numbers over the weekend. I guess actually Friday, technically Friday, but the market was closed Friday, so the big reaction is right now. So we've got a nice big pop in the SPY to start with anyway. SPY is up. Of course, we're past that magic 400, 403 right now. Interesting one from CEMI. Interesting press release from them. They claim they've got a test that can differentiate between the flu and COVID. So that has given this a huge jump. Look at this, 61,000, 18 million have traded already. Only 18 million in the float. So this has traded the float already. So that could be one all day. Let's take a look here on the weekly chart. It's got room to about that 8 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but definitely an interesting press release from them today. IGIC, I don't know. I don't think it's held its gap at all. It's gone all the way up to, couldn't see any news on it. $21, yeah, so this is probably a bunch of nothing. It's still up 24%. I actually read the Benzinga headline said up on no news. So I have no idea. Now I see some news that announced that it's filed its full year 2020 annual report on Form 20F, etc. So I guess there is some news on this one, but I mean, it is really tailed off from the high in the pre-market. NNOX FDA clearance. NNOX. Yeah, still kind of hanging in there. $72 was the high, 66 now. So they received FDA clearance. On the downside, Acadia, ACAD, gap down. Their complete response from the FDA. And obviously it wasn't good. Still down 14%. Trying to recover a little bit here. For those of you and to a certain extent myself, following GME, they did a financing. It's definitely rebounding off the lows here, 157, so it's almost had a $20 rebound. A financing, 3.5 million shares. NAOV, don't see if there's any news. Yeah, I don't think there's any news on it. The small one, 4 million shares are traded, 17 in the float, up 24%. I don't see any news. It has broken through the 200-day moving average. Anything with NFL in it. DMYD. So this is a SPAC, and who they're going after is a company that says they will be the official data partner for the NFL. So that is DMYD. FGF. I don't know if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. Big, nice 16%. Very low float. 4 million in the float, 4.8 million in the float. I think this is probably a symbol name change back here. This was not an IPO. Along with a lot of financials. A lot of financials are just really running well. I should mention RF is the trade of the week. RF is the trade of the week. How you trade it will be up to you, of course. Consider it live at 21.15. You know, you want to wait for the market to open. That's fine. It is at 21.31 right now. Takes this out up here, 22.59. That's not that far away. That would be an all-time high. It's a big float, almost $1 billion in the float. How you trade it, up to you. Zkin, ZKIN is Let's see. I think it's something to do with they gave some funding to a sports betting company, casinos. I think that is the news. Just briefly looking at a headline on it. Of course, these guys in theory were also involved in the NFTs, but who knows what they're doing now. And CHPT still strong from last week. CHPT EV sector is still strong. You know, did have a sell. It was a a challenging day, certainly intraday, but long term, CHPT. If you believe in EV, and this company in particular, this is almost an all-time high. Leaf, LEAF, is a buyout. Anybody who's still holding onto that? Sorry, let me type it in correctly. LEAF. And the buyout's at 850. So probably nothing to see here now, but man, what a nice little. Well, actually, it's not a huge gap. It's only 21%. And also EBON, EBON launched their crypto launch. So what did it do? It popped up to 812, down to 751 right now. And AMC actually was up a little bit. Let's see, is it still up? Yeah, it's up 7%. I guess the big monster movie over the weekend did quite well. Godzilla. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, I guess it did quite well. So I think the theaters are doing not badly. All right, let me just see. It's now 9:12. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting. Okay, well, kind of interesting. There are a lot more upgrades than downgrades this morning. So let me get some of the upgrades in. I should see AMC's got an upgrade. I think to $13 by B. Riley Securities. A few more to go. AYI and an upgrade from Goldman. Let's take a look at that one. What is that one doing right now? Oh, it's a really expensive one. Okay, I'll get the downgrades in. As I say, there are not too many downgrades. Yeah, BPTH, somebody was mentioning that. That is starting to rip here a little bit. BPTH. All right, there are the downgrades. Yeah, I don't really, I have no feelings for gold or things like that. I mean, obviously gold, the market's ripping. Usually gold doesn't do well, but I'm not a big sector player like that. So others will definitely have better ideas, I suppose, or opinions, I should say. I don't play gold at all, though. You can't get the TSE on the charts. You have to use your own broker for TSE charts. You can scan, do everything almost exactly the same. All right. I'm a Canadian, so I know the drill on all this. Yeah, BPTH is the severe rippage. So look at the room it's got. Yeah, very low float, 6.7 million in the float. Let's see, is there specific news after the company announces positive results? So positive phase 2 results. Okay, that is the news for BPTH. Give me a moment. Just have to make one change on one of my other screens. I saw Palantir had a bit of a pop this morning. Yeah, up 3%. Decent, pretty good. It's a big float. That's the big issue really with PLTR. It's such a big float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. I do see the news on the contract. It's up 3%. Keep an eye on HTGC, guys. HTGC, I don't think there's any volume yet. There's no volume yet. It's almost an all-time high. It is a financial. Well, this beaten up stock, HYLN, trying to crawl back a little bit. Another one, it's not a low float, 104 million in the float. The high looking left is 1182. I guess if it could break through that somehow, might have a shot to get to that 12 level, but again, beaten up badly. HYLN, another EV play. How do you pull up the window with all alerts? Don't know what you mean by that. Not sure I know what you mean by that, VJ. Well, I mean, have you, okay. Well, if you didn't save it, it's got to be, if you saved it to the cloud, file, load from cloud, hopefully you saved it. If you didn't save it, you're out of luck. I know you've heard me say this a million times, say everything to the cloud. It should be in your cloud. If you saved it, just load it from the cloud. File, load from cloud, and do a search on it. Hopefully you've named it in a way you can do a quick search on it. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Okay, just give me one moment, please. I just have to change headsets. Just give me one moment. All right, so I'm back. Okay, so you're talking about your price alerts window? If that's what you're talking about, it's right here. Just click on new and then price alerts window. Okay. Okay. When you do that, this is what you should see. Okay, and now when you get out, when you close down trade ideas, save your layout, and then it'll be there every day. Good. I thought you were talking about alert windows, and I was going to scold you a little bit for not saving it to the cloud. But you know what I mean, because I know I nag everybody, save everything to the cloud, and you'll never, ever, ever lose something. Okay, let's see. Anything else creeping in here? LAC, yeah, lithium play. Again, this is all to do with EV. All right, AMC just poked above $10 briefly. It doesn't have a ton of room. It's a big float, 375 million in the float. Again, with the monster movie on the weekend, I guess they worldwide it's done extremely well. Yeah, a Siri, you know how to create a sound alert in an alert window? It's exactly the same way. Ah, I see what you're talking about. No, here it is from, just a second. It's one of these. Yeah, so if you click on executions, a Siri, the question was, can you turn on a sound when the AI enters a trade? Now, are you talking about in Brokerage Plus, or are you just talking about here? If you're talking about here, it's just a simple sound alert. Right click actions and then just follow this. If that's what you're talking about. It's exactly, if you created a sound alert for an alert window, it's exactly the same. Right click, actions, and just follow the instructions. Okay? What time is it now? 9:24. Okay, so in B plus, just you have to click on the executions tab. If you don't have the executions tab up and running, then make sure just click on new and add it. So in executions, right click, and then once you're in this window here, right click and then actions, the same thing then. Okay, so it's from the executions. So once you click on the executions tab and get into the window, right click, and then you've got actions. It's the same formula or same format. Okay? All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so I'm going to shut down these two windows here. And as always, you want to follow my watch list up and down. In this repeating version right here, you can access it from the toolbar. Click on New and then Channel Bar. And my watch list, Barry's watch list right here, okay? Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you don't save your layout to the cloud, then when you load something from the channel bar, your layout will disappear. And you'll be pretty upset if you spend a bunch of time creating your layout and you haven't saved it to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. Also, just to point out, the promo code is still valid. I thought it might be. So you can still get 20% off. Just pop that in here. Okay, you can use Easter Bunny as your promo. And that, I'm 100% sure it will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. AMC is making a decent move here, guys. A little over $8, $10. I was going to say 10.08. Yeah, I mean, this news from Semi, I mean, it looks good. Often, they claim they've got a test that can differentiate between the flu and COVID. And a price target at 13. Through the 200-day moving average, this is one that we watched for a long time. I remember this one, seeing if it could take out this 6th level and really start to attack up here. And it tried. This is a weekly chart. It tried a few weeks and then it just dipped. It did pop up and then it came right back down, popped up, came right back down. Very tough one to get a gauge on. But anyway, looks like some decent news for today. And we're talking about the CEMI. And just before the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds now. 30 seconds to the open. Well, let's have a great trading week, everybody. It's going to start off with a bang. The SPY is up right now. The SPY is up. It looks like it wants to continue, at least to start. A little volume coming in before the market opens. Again, good jobless numbers over the weekend. This has caused a pop. Okay, very quickly, how to zoom in on a chart. Left click on the chart and then hold down the control key and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, scroll in and out, okay? So left click on the chart so that Trader Days knows that's the chart you're in. Control key press down on your keyboard and then use your the scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. And we are open. And I typically don't trade in the first 15. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. And again, this Leaf is a buyout, so I'm not getting too excited about this one. Leaf, LEAF, is a buyout at 850, so... Okay, well, Semi's giving it up. CEMI is starting to give it up. This one is not chartable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, so RF is the trade of the week. Again, you know, how you trade it will be up to you. The trigger was 21.15, so it has triggered, but, you know, how you trade it will be up to you. So NCLH, there was a little news on them. I mean, they said they will, in order for you to cruise with them, when the cruises finally start, you must have been vaccinated. I don't think that's so earth-shattering, but anyway, NCLH has a nice move up. NCLH. Yeah, so Semi, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's pretty whippy. That's why I don't like trading the first 15. You can, you know, get kind of whipped out of positions. It has popped right back up. You're absolutely right. Got down to 526. It has popped 50 cents very quickly again. Okay, there goes NCLH. A little, again, it's moving on that news. Probably the other ones are doing the same thing. I can't imagine that they're not all moving in tandem. CCL, sorry. And of course RCL. Sure, they're all moving the same way. Yeah, ACY just got halted. That was the, super active one on Friday. I'm sorry, on Thursday. Got as high as 1581, it gave up a third of the value. Very low float. So listen, you hear me say this all the time. If you're going to trade something like this with 1.2 million in the float, be awfully careful. Do not wander from your computer. If you get into a trade like this with only 1.2 million shares in the float. All right, well, that was short-lived so far for AMC. It gapped up, and now it's starting to move down, AMC. Again, the first 15 minutes can be like this, of course. Stocks move up and down. Okay, I have this thing. I have this one thumbnail VIPS giving up 30 now. Straight down. Oh boy, this doesn't look good. Doesn't look good for VIPS. This last week just touched on that 200-day moving average and it bounced right off it. Here's another one, guys. High flyer, pre-market. Look at this, and now it's starting to move down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Talking about the BPTH. So a CRA from the FDA this morning for Acadia. This has caused the drop. It did try to pop up to $24. I don't know if I can believe that. But just disaster for ACAD, but it almost looks like there was a precursor right here. I mean, I can't remember why this dropped so much on this day. ACAD, Acadia. I mean, now it's just continuing down. Maybe it was, I don't know. I'd have to examine that press release a little more closely, I guess. If this is just a continuation of the news from here. No, this is ugly. BPTH. ACY is halted, yes. Volatility halt. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open 22 seconds after 9:36. One of these scans I'm sharing right here. Okay, look at semi, guys. CEMI. I mean, again, first 15 minutes. I mean, look how whippy this is. Gets all the way back up to 590, comes right back down to 525. And of course, I'm going to be waiting to see what sort of action we get from the moving higher with unusually strong option activity today. Let's see, don't get too many alerts. PFMT just popped here. PFMT. All right, so this now is turning into a gap up and go. SUPN. And it has room. The next high looking left is around 30, almost up to 32. So I don't know if there's some specific news after the company. I'm just trying to read a headline here. After the company announced FDA approval of its ADHD treatment. So it did have some news this morning, FDA approval for SUPN. Okay, what is the market doing? Market is still trying to hold that first 15-minute candle here. They're going to get the first 15. After that, I'll get a little more enthusiastic about taking a look at specific stocks. Yeah, this is this is the WeWorks merger, VOWX. Yeah, still looking interesting. Man, oh man, BPTH is no shorts, unfortunately for me, and Interactive Brokers. All right, so the halt is now oh, another one. Ah, this one. Well, I say this all the time. You're on your own in this one. These Liberty ones, these Liberty Trip Advisors. Okay, so this is not going to be. Did it just open? ACY? Yes, it just opened. So this was a 10-minute halt. This was a 10-minute halt. It opened at 9:41 instead of 9:36. Yeah, this was a yeah. If you could get shorts on this one, and I think Interactive Brokers had a lot. Well, they don't have a lot of shorts, but yeah, 350,000 shorts. I know that was on Real Scan early. Man, look at this one. This BPTH just completely giving it up. Well, they just got halted again. Yes. So what did it get to on Thursday? It got up to 1589 or so. Let me do exactly. It got up to 1581. Here's a one XELB. This is on the move here. 9 million in the float. 9.6 million in the float. XELB. This one is shortable. Oh, there's a big pop for GME, guys. It'll be a wild one today for sure. 3.5 million financing. 3.5 million share financing. XELB, guys, on the move here. XELB trading higher after the company acquires logo. XL Brands acquires logo. So there's your news for XELB. Lots of volume. Look at that volume just pouring in here. Big relative volume, 46 times normal up to this point of the day. So well, I mean, you know, NFL. You put NFL in your press release, and this is the sort of stuff that can happen. So, I mean, it's getting into an area that it could chop around. That's the only issue. But it's a huge pop. This is a SPAC. They're going to be the company that they're targeting claims they'll be the official data partner for the NFL. So that's the news. I mean, there's the all-time high, not that far away. I mean, $22 right up here. Yeah, where's the theme? Zedkin, look at this. All the way up here, pre-market, 1156, market opens, and the drop. Now, this is shortable too. For me, Interactive Brokers. The bloom looks like it's off for a while anyway with rail. That had a nice last week. This day, that was Wednesday, the big pop. Kind of a follow through on Thursday. Not quite. I'm sorry, that's Thursday, that's Wednesday, that's Tuesday. So the big pop was on Tuesday for rail, but now starting to give it up and has gone negative. Yeah, I don't know about that IGIC. I mean, listen, look, if it holds here, I guess, I wouldn't even touch it unless it got number one over 10, but maybe even over 11, 1121 or so, this area here. I mean, it got up to, 2150. And it's not even a crazy low float. I mean, it's a low float, 19 million, but it's not a crazy low float. Really ugly. I mean, look, it is still up 21%, but I mean, it's not anything that's pulled back that much. Tough to get too enthusiastic about it right now anyway. All right, so ACY resumed. Wow, this looks like it's going to take out the high on for Thursday. I don't even know why it was trading like this on Thursday. Can't remember any news about it, ACY. Other than the fact that it's a low float, 1.2 million in the float. It's already traded the float, 3.3 million have traded already, so... Well, I don't know about a short squeeze. I mean, there's only 3% short, according to us. So, I mean, it's not like it's a huge number that is short. Let me check. Yeah, I don't see that. I'm looking at my trading view chart, and I don't see that in the pre-market. This was definitely an active one last week. PFMT, another small financial. Oh, I don't know, Sam. Some folks, well, if you believe some folks, and trade away. I have no idea. I don't make any predictions like that. On a low float like this, anything can happen. Listen, seriously though, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's got a mind of its own right now. I'm actually just kind of waiting to see. No, man, I missed these. So what happened here? 1342. So BOEX. Wow, this could get going again. This is taking out last week's high. 1335 was the high of last week, so it's already above that. Again, this is a SPAC that is going to be their merger acquisition. Looks like it's going to be WeWork. Yeah, IGIC is just garbage. Sorry. It wouldn't surprise me if it goes negative. I don't have that it stopped. DMYD, I don't have a halt on that one. Oh, you mean stopped out? You got stopped out? Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't be so harsh, but I call stocks somewhat garbage fashion when it does something like this. I mean, pops up, $21, and I mean, come on. Okay, gap up and reverse. OCUP. OCUP is a gap up and starting to reverse. And another one. So what's the low looking left is 583. It's got a little bit of room. That's the low. That's the low on Thursday. All right, the SPY is still moving higher here. No pullback yet whatsoever. No. Morning, Razak. Playboy, PLBY. Wow, this is now an all-time high. Took out the high on Thursday, right there. PLBY. It's been a pretty good IPO after the first 5 months when it did nothing. But it's been a pretty, 5 weeks, sorry. But since then, it's been an awesome IPO. Who'd have thunk it? All right, MDLY on the move. What was the high on Thursday? Was 12 something, 1265 or so. So this is on the move. MDLY. This is an earnings play. Actually, is an earnings play. Really, not a big reaction at all. But it looks like they did release pre-market. And you're right. I'm sorry. It did get halted. 952. It is halted. Yes, halted. So what's this? Oh, this is when okay, we have 642,000 in the float. Whether that's exactly correct or not, but whatever it's going to be a low float situation. All right, Gamble, GMBL on the move here. So what has it got? Looking left, The high is 1638, 1649, 1658. So it's above all this right here on the daily chart. So the next highs on the daily chart, actually it's got room, guys. 18, looks like 1822. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get here, but when you look at the chart, it has some room to move before it encounters more chart resistance. Yeah, GoGo was, I think, high in this. Yeah, look at this. Another one that just, market opens, giving it up. GoGo was soaring in the pre-market. Now it's starting to give it up. GoGo. That's on Real Scan. The above his shorting the tops, as I call it, scan. You must have that one, Sam. It's probably the first one. There's MDLY now just resumed, not shortable for me. I think it's the first one. I haven't really changed it. It's not the top list, it's the alert window, the one that looks like this. All right, guys, keep an eye on Funko, FNKO. Now, it can be extremely whippy during the day. Look at this, 25.16, got down to 20, and now it looks like it wants to continue down somewhat. The next low looking left is 18.31, so it's got, $1.60 or so before it hits that low. Underneath that whole number of 20, all right, haven't had a chance to really look at my alerts from my watch list. Again, sometimes because of the delay, some of these are going to be very extended when we see them, so that's why it's a watch list first. Still nothing in the options scan. No, this is still relatively strong. NCLH, relatively strong. Thought it might fall a little bit more, but not yet. NCLH. Now, keep an eye on Oxy. I mean, Oxy, the next low looking left is 25.42. So it takes this out. I mean, this has a ways to fall. Oxy, OXY. Yeah, don't force it. You don't see anything you like, don't force it. It's really that simple. Now, this is one that just resumed. This fashion. KBS or KBSF, China stock. Certainly nothing shaking from the AI yet. There's a pretty significant drop for ACY. Another one that was flying in the pre-market, Skills, SKLZ. Up to 1982, it's dropped $1 on the way down. This is a gap up and reverse for SKLZ. Interesting. You would think the market is starting to move down, but not really. Meanwhile, XELB, after that, that was a big drop, actually. I mean, that's a big percentage move from 270 down to 220. Popped right back up. That's interesting. ISM report, highest number on record since 1980. Thanks for that, Zach. Well, this one is still strong. SUPN, and still has room. SUPN, what's the float like? 50 million. It's trading 13 times normal. Okay, so AC resumed. That resumed after the hit on the way down, but it has bounced right back up. Again, guys, 1.2 million in the float. I mean, anything can happen. Meanwhile, XELB just making another new high. What sort of room does it have on the weekly chart? Looking left, and in the next high is around 317. I didn't, this was not that active in the pre-market even, XELB. I had to wait for this first 15-minute candle for it to really get going. Even though the news was in the pre-market. Well, still waiting for something from my option scanner. Nothing yet. Wow, this is okay, guys. So now this is really getting 315. It's right at the high of 4 weeks ago. It takes that out. The next high is 352 on the monthly chart. Well, so much for that high. Playboy continues. PLBY continues. Had a little pullback and then a pop right back up. PLBY. Algonquin here. This is, I mean, it has some room. Power company. AQN 1747 has some room into this area. ALQN, Canadian company. Where are you out of? Oakville. Meanwhile, here's one that was, the pre-market looked pretty good. Looked like it was trying to recover somewhat, HYLN, but nope. Market opens and just almost straight down. Look how whippy this is, though. Yeah, Medley sort of, went right back up and right back down. Very, very whippy, MDLY. Yeah, I'd keep an eye as a watch list, Lily. I'd keep, not Lily, who mentioned that, Renee. I'd keep an eye on that ACAD, see if it takes it out again, though. As a watch list, I mean, use it as a watch list too. Might have been a little early. How's AMC doing now? Look how choppy. Look at the 15-minute chart for AMC. Look at these bottoming tails. I mean, really, really tough. Let's see if it can settle down a little bit. Hold 10 and try to move from there. Yeah, I mean, TCAT is on the move. NFT. So it's above yet last week's high. Got to be careful. Only 6 million in the float with a $43 stock. That is really low for a $43 stock. How's Dolphin doing? DLPN. Yeah, not following suit. So TCAT, I guess we'll have to pronounce it as the leader in the sector. Well, Algonquin is just inching its way up here, guys. Big float. This might be a more gentle, more stress-free type of a trade. You know, with that float, 600 million in the float, you know, I wouldn't expect it to be incredibly whippy. Go continues down. See what it does at 10. Can 10 hold it and bounce from there? Otherwise, the next low looking left is 972 for Go. Yeah, the trade of the week, RF, it did trigger. How you trade it will be up to you. The trigger was 21.15. So obviously it did trigger. The stop is the 50-day moving average on the daily chart. 50 SMA on the daily chart. I don't even have that up and running, so well, XELB did have another pullback, but somewhat unstoppable now. XELB. All right, there's AMC. So recovered over 10 now. And let's see, look left on the daily chart and 1047, 1026. So it's got a lot of resistance, not that far away, in my opinion. I mean, it could pop right through it. 1052. So I mean, looking left, the high was 1026 on Thursday, and then Wednesday's high was 1047. So it's got this little area here. I mean, the major area for it to get through will be this 1150. All right, so this is a crypto play, G-Box. I don't think I've really seen these guys before. So this is a crypto play, G-Box. I may have, but it looks like this was an IPO back here, G-Box. Another SPAC on the move here, guys. HAAC has a little bit of room to the 1150 mark, a little bit. I mentioned the Algonquin, AQN, just again inching its way up. Boy, this is just getting thumped here. BPTH. No shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, here's one on the move here. VRPX. Next high looking left is 578 on the weekly chart. This could be maybe getting interesting as a short. And that is the VRPX. It's ready to come into that daily high over here, 580. All right, so here's another NFT, guys, OCG. Maybe trying to, TCAT, of course, is just leading the way, OCG. I think it's been a good thing. There have not been shorts for me anyway for TCAT. And again, still, I keep waiting for one to happen here. This is my favorite scan by far. Doesn't give too many alerts. Nothing so far. This is the abnormal option activity scan. Look at the SPY. The SPY has been just no pullback whatsoever. Almost the first hour in the books. All right, I think I'll start my, as I call it, my spiel right now. If you are brand new to this trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. Now, we do have a promo going on. It is still valid. I thought it might be, so I just want to pop this into our YouTube room. Give me a moment here. Okay, so here is my home page right there. All right, if you can find that home page tab, a lot of information is there, including, well, I better pop that promo code in to get 20% off instead of the 15. No, I do trade. I've done one trade on my own, just a small one. So here it is. Here's my home page right here. Click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. But I do tend to wait for this one. You know, that's my favorite scan. So I am not anxious to, get into all sorts of trades unless I really see a setup I like. So again, don't use this promo code, Barry, for alpha. Use the Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. You'll get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. And this is how much Trade Ideas costs. There we go. So we have 4 plans. Premium and standard on an annual or monthly basis. So the premium service on an annual basis is $22.68 a year minus the 20%. And standard is $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the normal reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. I will be going over the AI in a bit. You don't have to take on an annual plan though if you want to go monthly. These are the prices, $118, $228. You can apply the 20% discount to the first month only. So if you stay on a monthly plan, you'll go back to the normal pricing, okay? But if you do decide within 30 days that you want to upgrade, we'll honor the 20% promo code. More information on my homepage. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, usually around noon now. Probably this is the most popular section. I have all my scans that I'm sharing right here, including my layout. Remember, it is a layout, so if you want to see my layout, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Right here is my favorite scan. Not getting anything yet, but it is my favorite scan, moving higher with unusually strong options. So if you don't want my entire layout, you might have your own layout that you like, but you can take a look at these individual scans that I've got here. All right, and you can take a look at them. You like it, you can add it. And education right here. If you are new to Trade Ideas, really encourage you to look at this first one right here, the 20 lessons in 20 days. I do want to put this into the I'm going to put that link on its own. I think it's a really, really good link if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas. There we go. So the 20 lessons, this is what you'll see when you click on that link. 20 lessons, it won't take you 20 days, but it just starts off right from the beginning. Downloading it, what's a channel bar is all about, your favorite stocks, and of course, what is a top list and building one, what is an alert window and creating one, on and on and on, all the way down to the AI that we call Holly. Okay, so a lot of information. Also in that education link, daily support session. So there is we have a YouTube room in between 12 and which I monitor until noon every day. And then at 12 o'clock, from 12 to 1, one of the other traders takes over. Today it will be Sean. Before I go on my break at noon, I'll pop that link in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos right here. And if you're totally brand new to trading, great little video series that Michael Noss, one of our traders, put together, and literally starts off with what is a stock. Okay, so that's about, we say it like this, that's about as basic as you can get. Okay, and we created some trading ebooks. So there is a lot of information on my homepage. So you can save my link, so you can take a look at all that information at your leisure. Again, that link is right here. Barry's homepage right there. Okay? Now I'm going to talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. Second. I'll get it right. All right. Move that over. All right, so Trade ideas, we are a scanning software. We scan the market for ideas, all right? It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas, and it doesn't matter what country you live in, you can use trade ideas. So we are a scanner. So for instance, this is a scan. Basic new highs and lows. This is what it looks like. Click on the configure, and so I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. And 400,000 shares, okay? So these are the filters that I'm using. Don't really have to go into them specifically, but this is what you do with trade ideas. You create your filters first, so you can kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable level. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That is why I'm seeing these stocks right now, okay? Now what we did as a company is we said, okay, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we feel that we have created enough alerts. These are all the alerts when you see icons that look like this, and filters when you see the icons that look like this. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters so that for the vast majority of our customers, you can create, with the combination of these alerts and filters, the type of scan that you want to create. So you do not have to know a programming language. Okay, so Siri, I'm going to go over that in a bit when I talk about Brokerage Plus, okay? It's really simple. When you're in the trade, just highlight it and it'll say add stop order. Add stop, okay? All right, so now I want to talk about our AI and what it is. So we have what we call, I think it's around 70 baseline strategies. So once the market closes today, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those 75 baseline strategies. I can't remember if it's 70 or 75. Doesn't really matter. That's what happened on Thursday after the market closed. And of all those strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. I wouldn't concern yourself with why these ones made the cut, or from what, you'll see it says Holly Neo 2.0 and Grail. I wouldn't concern myself with any of that. Make it easy on yourself. If you have the AI, then all you really should do, in my opinion, is to, from our toolbar, click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. You notice that, 3 of them got stopped out already. But I use it like a watch list. Some of these could come back later on in the day. But this is the window that you'll see. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop, and then it'll be up to you to manage the trade. What I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. Nothing will happen until the market opens. The earliest alert would be 9:35. Okay? No, there are no videos on how to use the AI. As I say, I use it like a watch list, have this window, and I watch those, whatever the alerts are, all day long. Okay? Now I want to talk about this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Before I do that, I am going to put in the Brokerage Plus video. That's a nice big comeback for GME. Okay, there is the Brokerage Plus video. Okay, so why am I putting that in? So again, this window is called Brokerage Plus that you see here. Excuse me. You can Sorry about that. I had got caught mid-cough there. So you can only use this if you're using our application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Okay? Doesn't matter what we think. Well, I guess so, Casper. It doesn't matter what we think. It is what traders are, you know, it's just a promotional thing. I shouldn't say promotional thing, but it's captured the eyes, and today is its day. So again, you can only use, this window is accessed from our toolbar. You know, it says Brokerage Plus. You see underneath it says live or simulation. So live. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window to trade your account. It's the only brokerage firm it works with right now. Okay, so if you have an interactive broker's account, you watch that video. All right, you watch the video that I popped in here, and that'll show you, well, first of all, let me back up. Why would you want to use this to trade from within Trade Ideas? Well, you can do some interesting things. So let's say I click on CNK, and I am, and I'm connected to my interactive broker's account, and I look at CNK, and I think, yes, I'd like to trade it. So I can go back up here, and you see, says trade CNK, and now you see I've got these options that I can use. So this is what we call one-click trading. So how have these been created? Well, you'll have to watch that video. Okay, these are the things that I've created before, and so when you figure out how you want to trade it, you just click on it, click on the option that you want, and done. It's traded. Okay, so that's sort of what I would consider a very interesting way to use Brokerage Plus if you have an interactive broker's account. These are also hotkeys, so when you get into a trade, you can flatten. That gets you out of your trade. You can also sell it here, but these are just hotkeys. This gets you out of half your trade, and this doubles your trade. Okay? So if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window to trade your account. Yeah, I don't use level 2 at all, Gypsy, so wrong person to ask. I don't use level 2 at all. I don't care about this. I just think there are too many games played. So that's my opinion. Okay. Bid, ask, and yanked all over the place. So I don't use it at all. Now the other huge use for this window is as a simulator or paper trader. If you're new to trading, you hear me say this all the time. If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. So it uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. You click on an alert, you'll see the symbol will show up. Right there, you pick how many shares you want to trade, you pick the price you want to get in at. Okay? So again, if you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. How long that's going to take you, I have no idea. You know, everybody's different. That's a question I get a lot. Well, how long is it going to take me before I'm good? I have no idea. You know, it's you know, whatever time you put in, the smart time you put in. I mean, I know people have taken a year and they still don't get it because, well, I mean, some people just don't get it. It's that simple. So I'm not trying to, you know, it might sound a little bit brutal, but that's just that is just fact. So you have to practice before you commit money to the market. So what I like to do to demonstrate it first, though, is like to show you how you can take a trade on a pullback. So let's just say, for instance, you wanted to take BOWX, but you didn't want to take it right here. Maybe you wanted to take it right down here, 1350. Okay, so you pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's go 300. I'm going to put 1350 in both boxes. And I'm going to click buy, and you're going to see a big blue line appear on the chart. That big blue line right in the chart, or dark blue line, I guess I should call it, a dark blue line on the chart. So if BOWX comes down to 1350, it'll take the trade on a pullback. Okay, so you could have also done it the other way. If you thought that, well, you know what, I'd like to see if it takes out the high of the day. I want to take the trade. So you could have put the two prices above the current price, and you would have seen a dark blue line on top of the current price. I'm just going to leave it in here, see if it triggers. You know, this is just for demonstration purposes. Okay. Now let's take a trade. And now this is going to answer, Siri, your question about how to place a stop on the chart. So now we're going to be talking, though, a little bit more about money management. How when you get into a trade, you have to come to grips with the fact that not every trade is going to work. So there has to be a price where you're going to get out, where you get in at a trade at $1.40 as an example, and you're going to get out at $1.10. Again, it has to be based on what the chart is telling you, but you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. And then once you do that, the other aspect is risking about the same amount per trade, risking in terms of a dollar amount. How much you're going to risk per trade will be a direct correlation to your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's take a trade, okay? I want to show you what I'm talking about, because once you know where you're going to get out, the price you're going to get out, if it doesn't work, that'll also share size you. Because the other thing is you shouldn't get into in my opinion anyway, the habit of saying, well, I'm going to take 100 shares a trade, 500 shares a trade, 300 shares a trade. How many shares you take will be determined by the difference between where you got in and that stop price. I'm going to show you what I mean. Let's just say you wanted to take CCJ, okay? And I'm going to, I know I always say this, but I just, for demonstration purposes, I want to make the math really easy. So I'm going to buy this right at the market. See, it took the trade at 1840. I am going to say my stop was 1820, okay? It really wouldn't be on this chart. Maybe it would be the low of this 2-minute candle if I'm going to be very aggressive. But for purposes, just to demonstrate, and this is now a Siri, now I'm going to add the stop. I'm in the trade, add the stop order, and I'm going to put 1820, and you'll see 1820 will appear right on the chart. So you'll see there's a bright red line on the chart, and it says 97.50. Now, in theory, that should have said closer to 100, but there's rounding taking place. So why 100? Well, again, let's just say that your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade. So getting into the trade at 1840 with a stop at 1820, that's a 20-cent stop. If you take the difference, 20 cents, divide that into 100, that'll get you 500 shares. That's why we took 500 shares on this trade. So, conversely, 500 shares, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Again, it's a bit of a rounding error that happens here. Now, your next question, if you're new to trading, should be, well, how do I know where to place the stop? You place it 20 cents away. I only did that to make the math easy, okay? If I wanted to be a little more conservative, I would have put an $18 stop down here, the low right there. Not necessarily, and again, I'm not saying I would have taken this trade up here with that big a stop, just trying to demonstrate, how you can do this. So knowing where to put a stop is going to only come with practice reading charts. Okay? So only with practice reading a chart. Well, I just showed you a Siri. I just showed you. When you're in the trade, you right click and you add the stop order where it says add stop order, and that adds a stop order. Now, understanding that when you got into the trade, you have to know where your stop was. This is not an after the fact thing. Okay, so that will share size you. That's why I have 500 shares, 20-cent stop. And so if it gets down to 1820, and I just allow it to run automatically, it'll take me out of the trade for this loss, okay? So again, if you're nodding your head going, okay, I get what he's saying, maybe that, it sounds like a good idea, I should know where I'm going to get out of a trade. No, right click when you're in the trade, Siri, when you're in the trade, where it says, just right click on the trade itself and where it says add stop order. Okay? So when you've taken the trade, then you can add the stop order. If you're asking about auto trading, then you have to watch that video. Okay? If you haven't watched the video, please watch it. Because it explains how you can assign one of these buttons, the buy button or the short button, how you would assign it, but you have to create a trading strategy ahead of time. You have to watch that video. But if you're talking about, okay, manually taking a trade and then adding the stop order, that's what you do. Once you're in the trade, you just add the stop order. Now, people ask, can you put a target? You can put a target if you want. I can add a target order. So if I said, okay, I want to add a target order way up here, okay, 1982. Very So there's a line way up here. So if it got up to 1982, it would take me out of the trade. Now, this stop right here, now this is what I really wanted to emphasize. Because when you start trading, even though you might agree with the idea of putting a stop in, share sizing, and all that, but human nature being what it is, most of us, when we start off, we think if this starts to get down, if this trade, CCJ, starts to move down to this stop that I've got here, a lot of you at the beginning will say, you know what? I can't believe this, I'm going to get stopped out. Even if you're paper trading it, I can't believe I'm going to get stopped out. The setup was awesome. I've heard good things. Also, I'm so new to trading. Maybe I didn't understand where to place my stop, so I'm going to lower my stop. I'm going to drop it down. Okay. Now I've dropped it to 272, and now it starts approaching, not 272, 1785, but now it's a $272 loss. It starts approaching that new stop. You still won't obey it because you keep thinking this is going to come back. It's going to be a great trade. So that $100 manageable loss now starts turning into a far greater loss than you wanted. And eventually, you'll get out of the trade. If it keeps working against you, you'll get out of the trade with a far bigger loss. And so how to counteract that? Leave the stop in. Just leave it in. And if you get stopped out, you get stopped out, and you just move on. Okay? I guess not, Rudy. I don't. All sorts of different trading styles out there, okay? The fact that I don't doesn't mean you or anybody else shouldn't. Now, the other thing is, so I'm in this trade. Let's say I was really in this trade, the CCJ trade, okay? But I don't like the way it's trading right now. Maybe the market's starting to move down. I just don't like the way it's trading. I don't have to wait for me to get stopped out. This is what I call my, get out of town stop. Okay, get out of Dodge, whatever you want to call it. This is I don't want to see it go down below there. But if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always exit just a little bit earlier. Okay, so for right now, I just want to show you how you can do that. I flatten the trade. Okay, I got out of the trade. So instead of, the $100 loss, it was a $65 loss. I can always get back into the trade if I want to. Okay, and that will come with practice. You can't expect to become a trader, day one. Trading is not easy. All right, so you have to practice. Now, you can also use this Brokerage Plus window that we call Brokerage Plus. You can also use it to practice swing trading. So at the end of the day, if I don't exit a trade, then it'll carry over. Okay, so you can use it to practice swing trading also. Okay, give me a moment here. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just following an internal discussion right now. Now, the other thing I like to look at is these two columns here. So where it says max P&L and distance from exit price. Okay, I like to have these two columns up and running. So again, I was just demonstrating how you can do this. But at one point, I was up the grand total of $22 in this trade. And when I got out, I lost $65. Again, this is in the simulator, okay? So this is a good gauge to try to show you, okay, how are my exits? I mean, what if this max P&L at one point had been $300 and I let it turn into a $65 loss? Obviously, very poor trading, right? So this can give you a bit of an idea how good your exits are. The distance from the exit price, another good gauge. Right now it's saying minus 10 cents. So in other words, from where I got out, it is down another 10 cents. So, at this point, that was a good exit. Even though I, lost in the simulator, but it was a good exit. So, you can have these two, these three, keeping an eye on them, will really, really, I think, give you an idea about how good your exits are. All right, guys, so let's just see if there's anything now that I can concentrate a little bit more. I'm looking at some symbols that might be interesting. So yes, I do trade, but it is a little bit difficult, especially in the first bit while I'm answering questions, and I have to go over my, as I call it, my spiel about trade ideas. This is why this is a free room. You do have to put up with me talking about the program itself. We have a lot of new people always, every day. Still nothing from my options. Interesting. Nothing. Yeah, it doesn't usually give too many, maybe 4 or 5 a day, but I'm just going to be patient and see if anything happens in there. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Would I recommend trading IB on TWS or TI? Well, I mean, if you like this window, I mean, I don't know a recommendation. If you like the looks of this window to trade, then you can do that. I don't know exactly how to answer that question. I mean, it's not a recommendation. It's a feature we have. If you like the looks of this, and you've watched the video to show you how you connect to your IB account, then go for it. If you don't care, then stick within IB to trade. That makes sense? ANF. Okay, what is ANF doing? I don't see, let's see. I don't see any news on ANF, so I'm not sure what you mean. Don't know. I don't see any news. Yeah, if you can handle the whip with ACY, I mean, it got all the way back down to $12.60, $4. If you can handle the whip, they're $1.20, or $1.20, 1.2 million in the float. Certainly not a, again, you cannot wander away from your computer. You get into something like this, you've got to be glued to your computer. Yeah, I don't see. It's the same within Interactive Brokers. I don't see anything. Yeah. Well, it says Abercrombie. I mean, it is mentioned here for some reason, but I don't see any. I don't even see any news in my IB. Anyway, I mean, nothing more we can do about it. Okay, so we don't We don't have a relative volume surge. I think I know what you mean. I mean, we have a relative volume filter, but we don't have a rate of change for the relative volume, if that's what you're talking about. However, we do have things like volume increases in a minute. So for instance, volume 1 minute, add the filter, you put something like 1,000 in here. That means that relative to the previous 1 minute candles, this will be really, really extraordinary move in volume. Okay, so it's not a rate of change of the relative volume, but in theory it is, because the next thing that relative volume will pop up, as an example. So one of the scans I'm sharing, if you can find my tab, Barry's homepage, that tab there, and go to the scan section right there, and momentum up as an example, or down if you're looking to short something. So these are stocks that are really, really moving, based on volume. Okay? Yeah, candles make the news in this case. I just going to actually click on it and see what we do see. Yeah, it's not even loading. Look at Bitcoin, guys. Wow, Bitcoin, GBTC on the move here. Well, the ETF anyway. Look at this little move here. EBON was earlier crypto play, but I don't. Yeah, look at this though. I mean, pop way up. So this is not trading in relation to Bitcoin. Yeah, so I'm sharing a lot of scans, Adam, okay? You can take a look at them all. You can have my entire layout. But remember, if you're new to trade ideas, just remember that it is my layout. It is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you have a layout that you've created, make sure you do save that layout to the cloud first before you load anybody's layout, including anything from the channel bar. All these, everything in here is a layout. Okay, these are all themed channels that we have created for you. Oh, absolutely. Well, that's the whole thing about trade ideas, Adam. I mean, you can customize. That's why when I start, maybe you weren't here when I started my spiel, but I mean, here are all the alerts that we have, and all of the filters that we have. So yes, of course, you can combine them. Usually, with the majority of our customers, we have enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to generate most of the types of scans that you want to see. I mean, that's the power of trade ideas. We're a scanner. Well, Adam, I'm glad you feel that way. Yeah, not a good day to try to short Mara. Understand it's a strategy, and obviously it was looking, maybe it thought at this point it was a top, not knowing Mara was going to be, crypto was going to go crazy today. Can't know that ahead of time. It's just a symbol. It's not looking at the sector, so you just move on. Yeah, I mean, so you get stopped out. It's a classic, You get in at 49.40. If you got in at 49.52 on the short, but there's your stop, 52. You don't get stubborn and keep in the trade, losing more. If you took the trade. Now, myself, I would have been looking at this Mara and thinking, well, wait a minute. Crypto looks pretty strong today, so why would I want to short this one? So there's the trader aspect of it coming into play. But your Riot is doing exactly the same thing. Yep. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:05. Things have settled down a little bit now for me. Anyway, not as many questions. Okay, I reiterate, garbage. IGIC. No basis for this pop. 20 up to 2162 in the pre-market. I mean, hopefully nobody got nailed by this one. I open the room at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Well, that's my time. 9 o'clock Eastern. I go from 9 to 3. Yeah, so it's definitely a specific time, yes. 9 to 3. Eastern time. Okay, so this was a modest win, I guess. BOX 1342. Got up to what, 1393, almost 14 before it started to move back down. CNK, which of course is benefiting from the monster box office over the weekend. 2224. So it got up to 2268. This one probably didn't do too much. 138 got up to 142. And this one I know did not. Well, actually, it's coming back. DMYD. It's not so much the volume, the actual volume, Michael. It's the percent increase. And I use on the 1 minute chart 1,000, or 1 minute 1,000. I don't use 3 minute, and 5 minute is about 500%. So it's not so much the actual volume. Most of the things I'm looking at are trading, enough. Nothing I'm going to see is trading like 10,000 shares. So it's already trading a significant amount. So all of a sudden, if we get like a big volume spike like that will be significant. So it's not the absolute volume, it is the percentage increase. If that makes sense, Michael. That's why, so if you look at my momentum scan, you know, you can see what I'm talking about. If you look at my momentum scan right here, you know, you can tweak it, but that's looking for like 1,000% increase on the 1 minute, and I think 500 on the 5 minute. So it's not the absolute volume, it's the increase in volume. Yeah, this stupid one. So up and down for Kelly B. Man, oh man. This was all crazy. That was crazy last week. Also, Kelly B. Yeah, XELB was never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It looks like the bloom is off now. Yeah, it's a comparison over the last, I think, I'm going to say 20 bars, okay, on the 1 minute. But if you, what I would do is I would take a look at that scan, that momentum scan as an example, and you know, you'll start to see, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about a volume increase. Now this is very dramatic, of course, but imagine, here's XELB. Imagine this now was at 2 o'clock. Okay, and so the volume was good. All of a sudden, a huge spike. That's what it's trying to identify. Things like that. When you see it, you'll know it. How's that? Barry, my dude. Okay. So it's a comparison over, you know, the previous candles. To be honest, I'm not sure. I cannot tell you exactly how many previous candles, but it really doesn't matter. When you see the scan in action, you'll normally see big volume spikes. Okay, that's really all. You know, without getting into the weeds in it, that's really all that should matter. Well, guys, I have to tell you that, yeah, I mean, some of you might know I am in this GME, and yeah, what a pop off the bottom after the financing news. Almost $30 now. Yeah, I see RHE did get halted again, or maybe the first time, and there are shorts of no, they're not short, no shorts. Maybe I think there were a while back, maybe I don't know, half an hour ago, but there are no shorts available for me for RHE at Interactive Brokers. Oh, about 10,000. Press. I don't know, Preston. I don't know. This is sort of mad money, okay? This is a what if it could possibly happen. All right, little pop here for Watt, W-A-T-T, and you see what I mean, Michael? Look at the volume here. Look at these volume bars right there. That would have showed up on a scan like that, okay? You see what I'm talking about? See all the volume bars before, all of a sudden, huge increase. So it's not the absolute, like, because your question was what volume would be good. It's looking in relation to what happened before. That's the key, because all of a sudden, for whatever reason, traders are getting involved in this. Okay? How often do you have to clean your robot log files? I have no idea. I don't think I have any, but that might be a question for more our tech. What do I know about volume profile in terms of what? I don't think those files are very big, Ija. I don't think they are. But I have no idea how often you should clean them. That's more of a definitely like a question for our true tech people, I suppose. Well, AMC guys is this is a true winner now. I mean, I was saying if it can get over 11, I know it's a dollar away, but if it can keep this momentum for a few days, I mean, this could really start to run here. So I don't know what you mean by that, Michael. What do I know about the volume profile? I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. If you heard my So guys, did you see what happened here with the BOWX? BOX. Remember I was demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback? So what did I do? I think I put it at 1350, so it ended up taking that trade, right? So that's why it's in the trade. Now, at this point, I don't have to keep in the trade if I don't like the way it's trading. Well, you see what happened. Remember, I was demonstrating taking a trade on a pullback. Now, the other thing is that I would have to know where I'm going to get stopped out. Also, I mean, this is all, prepare yourself that, okay, if it does take the trade at 1350, where is going to be my stop? That would share size me. I would know where my stop is. I would place it right on the chart. No, then I don't know, Michael. I've never had think or swim. Yeah, so we have earnings, okay? Earnings date. So for instance, right here, as an example, here are the earnings plays as I like them today. Typically, this is what it looks like. This is how we describe. So minus 0.25 and 0.25. Minus 0.25 means they released earnings. Now, very, very, very few companies would have released Thursday afternoon, but let's say tomorrow. So minus 2.5, and again, let's say we're looking at this scan tomorrow. Minus 2.5 would have meant that they released after hours today, and 0.25 would have meant that they were releasing in the pre-market. So again, imagine you're watching this scan tomorrow. The earnings plays that are interesting always are the ones that release the day before after hours, and of course in the pre-market. So this is how you can scan for those. Now, it's not the report itself, it's just telling you when earnings are, if that's what you mean. Well, that almost sounds like a VWAP, Michael. Indicator on Thinkorswim measures volume in relation to specific price points. Sort of like a. I've seen charts that'll show you where volume is. It's in my scans. Yeah, earnings. It is. One of the scans are up and down. Yes. Earnings up, earnings down. Okay. I was asked, is there any reason? Not that I see, no. I don't see any reason for the drop. Whoa, we finally, wait a minute, we've got one, 285. Okay, 285. So this is now, okay, the first one from the options. However, you heard me say this enough times, I don't like it. Why don't I like it? A couple of reasons. It's very close to the whole number. And even if I didn't care about the whole number so much, well, look right here, looking left on that monthly chart, looks like there's some blockage right around the whole number. So this is not something that I really, really like. Well, it's on the option scan on the way down, right? Not on the way up, not for me anyway. And it wasn't shortable. If that's what you're talking about, it's not on my option scan. Unless you've made some changes. But again, I just don't, I don't love this one. Not looking left on that monthly chart. Now that's, it's 2 years ago. I mean, do we believe that 2 years ago could block it? I don't know. So, IMI, if you can find my tab, Barry's home page, that tab right there, okay? When you do that, this is what you'll see, okay? You'll be brought to my home page, and then this section right here, all the scans. Okay, including the layout that you're seeing, that I'm sharing. And then all the individual scans that I'm sharing. Okay? You just to find my homepage tab. Now it just triggered. Yes, now it triggered. All right. Well, because it had to take out that high. You see, way back here, it had to take out that high up here. That's why it had to wait to 586. All right. I mean, it's got room. It's got room. Again, I'm not going to tell anybody to take the trade, okay? But you heard my talking about the other one, why I didn't like the trade, but semi's got room. And I see DMYD also triggered, and it's just got that little area. What did it get up to today? It got up to 2184, and the high right there is 2189. Boy, if I could get through that level, say 22, I mean, this has got nothing but, yeah, I mean, that would be an all-time high. I'm going to stick an alert around 2191, see if it takes it out. And that is for the MYD. And it did have some news, but the NFL. Complete garbage. This is going to go negative. IGIC just was not shortable for me. IGIC. Yeah, that'll go on the complete garbage Hall of Fame. I'll have to post that chart up on my wall. Keep an eye on the semi, guys. Challenging that 6, you know that whole number always gives me fits here. Challenging that whole number, see if it can take it out one more time. If it can, it's got some room. CEMI. Well, it didn't appear, it only appeared here, 586. It had to take out that high, so you must have made an adjustment or something because it could not appear until right there. Because there was the high of the day right there. So I don't know what you did. That's fine. It is legit, yeah. So anybody listening to this, yeah, we've this thing has given us fits. The New York Stock Exchange is asking us and others, I guess, but we have to. In the past, when you would sign, a person would sign up with us, we would just ask a very basic question: Are you a professional trader or not? If you said no, that was it. Now we have to do it more rigorously according to the New York Stock Exchange. So yeah, it is legit. It is legit. So virtually every one of our customers, even though they may have, of course, they signed all this or they answered that question probably a long time ago. You're being re-asked the question, so it is legit. And if you don't answer, you'll be hit with a bill. I know it's crazy. We don't want to be doing this, but man. You should have got an email. Well, they want us to prove that you're not a professional trader, Kang. If the reason is that if you're a professional trader, we have to charge you, or I guess we notify the NYSE and the other exchanges. They will charge you more for your data. The vast majority of our customers, of course, are not professional traders, but it used to be a fairly simple process for us. But about a year ago, and it has caused us. It's been a real hassle. Anyway, that's the reason. Well, if you have a certain license, if you're trading on behalf of, well, I mean, if you're a broker, and I think if you have some kind of a license, if you're trading for other people, though even that to me is a little bit crazy. What if you're trading for your wife? Does that make you a professional trader? I'm not a professional trader, no. Just a guy who likes to trade. I don't know what your question is exactly, Gordon. I may not be able to help you. I'm not sure I understand what your question is. Yeah, I can't. I mean, that's crazy. It can't be. It can't be. You're trading, for your wife. It can't be. But listen, I don't get involved in it. Sorry. Not sorry. It's just I don't know what you mean by your glitch. If you're having a glitch like that, and you've reloaded and exited out, and I don't know what your glitch is. All right, guys. Well, we have a mini winner so far with the semi. How to do this. Oh, man. So, Elroy, are you a Trade Idea subscriber or you're brand new to trading? Like, what are you, like, that's a pretty general question. So, are you brand new to trading? So, maybe you can't hear me. Okay, guys, and we have another winner. We have another winner from the see. It's a matter of patience. What did I say? I said, we hadn't had one. There was the first alert, 11:18. What did I say about this one? Didn't like it, right? Why? Close to the whole number 3. And I looked left on the monthly chart. Didn't like this, so I took a pass. This one, 586, said okay. You look left, lots of room. DMYD, lots of room. So, they're not all created equal. All right, so I don't know if Elroy can hear me. All right, guys, so it's 11:37, so in about 20 minutes or so, I will be taking a break. I just want to confirm that it will be Sean in the taking over for me in our YouTube room. Whoops. And Sean is more of an options trader. So those of you who like to trade options, we don't scan for options as such. We don't like we don't scan. We are a stock scanner. Now we do have some option filters, and this is where I'm getting these ones from. Okay, but Sean is more of an options player. I'll just show you what our options filters are for those of you who do like to trade options. Sometimes this can help. So I just want to show you. And you can definitely go over, I mean, you can ask any sort of question from Sean, but he is more of an options player. So we have the put call ratio, option volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is, of course, the volume today, put volume and call volume today. And this is the key filter, the option volume today %. So for instance, when you look at this one, so here I have a certain price I like, but this is it, 2,000 contracts minimum and 300% of normal. In other words, 3 times what it would normally trade. So if the stock has traded, an average of 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see this stock today, it'll have to trade at least 6,000 contracts 3 times. So it's showing me stocks that are having an abnormal option activity. Again, I'm not trading the option, I'm trading the stock. Yeah, definitely don't be afraid to take profit on these. I mean, another low float situation, 18 million in the float. Especially something that, that has run already 60%. So just not shortable for me. Same thing with this one, DYMD. Don't be afraid to take profit. I mean, this one could be really interesting going forward. This will be an all-time high up here. It already was an all-time high. So if you believe that they're going to merge with this company that is going to be the official data partner for the NFL. Okay, yeah, just a confirmation. It will be Sean taking over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, there have not been shorts available for CEMI. At Interactive Brokers, I should always add that. At Interactive Brokers, everybody's, other brokers may have shorts, but certainly not at Interactive Brokers. Well, for me, it's just that faded green dot. So it means, it basically means that they could find shorts for you, I guess, but you know what? If it's a faded green dot for me, I just move on. It's nothing to configure. Just look right underneath the symbol in the order entry. You should see shortable. And if it's the bright green dot, then you know it's immediately shortable. If it's a faded green dot, then again they'll have to look for you, and I just don't even bother. And then of course if you have the big bright red dot, it means it's not shortable at all. At Questrade, you might consider switching over to Interactive Brokers, Adam. I did that 4 years ago. I haven't looked back. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Interactive Brokers is all over the world. All right, everybody. X-Men. Oh yeah, I just take a break for about 40 minutes. I just before noon, I take a break for about 40 minutes. You can always head over to our YouTube room. And Sean will be there. As I say, he's more of an options trader, but you can ask him anything you want. It's a Q&A, general Q&A also. Okay, and I will pop that link into the room. Okay, so X-Man, if you're brand new to trading, I would recommend you take a look at something like this. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. You can hear me. Can you give me a couple of yeses just to make sure that you can hear me and see the screen? No, no, no. Yeah, well, no, I'm the only one mic'd. It'd be crazy. Anyway, if you can find my Barry's homepage tab, click on that. Okay. When you do, this is what you'll see. Now, one of these sections is education. Okay, click here. Now, if you don't have trade ideas, but if you have trade ideas, I would definitely take these 20 lessons. It won't take you 20 days. But if you are, and it is, covers how to use trade ideas, not trading, but how to use trade ideas. But down here, keep scrolling down, back to basics. Okay, nice little, very short videos, nice little video series. And literally, this is Michael Noss, who works at Trade Ideas, sits down with his wife that has never placed a trade or an investment before and teaches her how to trade. If that's you, I mean, literally, what is a stock? Okay? So I think this is an excellent little series that he created. Okay? Well, that'll get you started. And then, of course, you have the room. Now, this is the format from 9 to 3 every day. Eastern time, of course. Not every day. Not every day. Monday to Friday. So, in other words, not Saturday and Sunday. And the answer is no. For ACY shorts at Interactive Brokers, nope. Could be a good thing. I mean, the 1.2 million in the float, you got to be so careful. All right, guys. UAL. Sorry, you mentioned UAL. How's it looking? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to gauge these airlines. I mean, obviously, way back here was a great buy for most of the airlines. 6 months ago or so? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the high last month. No, we're only 5 days into this month, so the high last month was 64. I mean, obviously, if you think everything's coming back at some point, I mean, this is right up here is the void, right up to 93 from 60. So I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about on an intraday basis or long term. I mean, that's really up to you in terms of what do you think is going to happen to these airlines. You know, I mean, it's kind of choppy. Just intraday, it's just kind of choppy. But I mean, you know, look, the airlines, hospitality, all that is so emotional right now. I mean, what will happen once everything is fully open, whenever that might be? And I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. Nobody knows. I mean, there are opinions out there, of course, but nobody truly knows. Oh, I don't know. I mean, Sam, come on. Gordon, I don't know. You know, I mean, in theory, I mean, look what's happening with CCL, NCLH, the cruisers. But I don't know. I'm not an investment advisor. So if you're looking for an answer like, yes, if it all clears up in a month, then I would be piling into the airlines. You know, I'm not going to say that. All right, guys, I'm just looking at just getting set to take my break. So, well, we want E-Trade next. I mean, it's been testing, testing, testing. TD Ameritrade we thought was going to be available about a month or two ago, but we ran into all sorts of issues with the API. So it's not that we don't want, believe me, we do want. It's hard though. You got to test it, test it. I mean, before we even opened up IB to Brokerage Plus, I mean, we had tested for a long, long time. So you know, we've got guys with at Trade Ideas with E-Trade accounts that are testing it, and you know, hopefully sooner than later. But I've never had any. Well, okay, I'll tell you right off the bat, there will not be another Canadian brokerage. Okay, if you don't like IB, I don't know what to say. I find IB is fine. But anyway, there will not be a Canadian brokerage. No, okay, I'll say it one more time, Frosted. There will not be a Canadian brokerage that will work with, like a purely Canadian brokerage that will work with Brokerage Plus. It's just we don't have enough customers to warrant it in Canada. We have Canadian customers, but like me, I'm Canadian, but I don't trade Canadian stocks. Okay, so it's just not going to happen. I don't know. I don't know of other U.S. well, IB is means technically it's IB Canada. Okay, so that's why I mean they've got IB virtually. I think they got about 100. Well, I may be wrong. 50 or 60 countries around the world. So it's IB Canada, but I couldn't tell you. I remember you calling that one a long time ago, Zach. Yeah, I mean, so what I do is, I mean, this is not financial advice or anything like that, but I mean, within Interactive Brokers, I have I create a US dollar account. And so I'm always trading within in US dollars all the time. I'm not doing a conversion every day. I just put my money, enough money into my US dollar account, and that's how I trade. Well, I don't. I mean, it's a year. Look, I've got an accountant that does all this pressing for me. So at the end of the year, they figure out all that. But on a daily basis, I'm just not doing that. I'm keeping everything in US dollars. So I'm not converting on a daily basis. All right, guys, I'm getting closer. Just waiting for Sean. Oh, okay. Where can you find my template? Poor Visio. Okay, so hopefully you can see me. Not see me, but see my screen. And I'm going to pop the link in for you. I know you can't, you don't have access to these tabs and all, so I will pop the link in. Okay, are you still there? I'm sorry, I may have missed your question. Problem with YouTube is that I can't tell. It's not time stamped. I can't tell when you asked that question. So poor Visio. If you click on my homepage link, then this is what you'll see. This is what you'll see, and then this is the scan. These are the scans. This section right here where it says click underneath my scans, there it is. Click here, and here are all the scans, including my layout, including the layout. I have never found that frosted. Trade's not going through. Have to admit, I've never found that. Maybe it's the type of stuff I'm trading. I don't know. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. I think he's going to be here. Waiting for Sean to show up.
All right, everybody. Hello. We'll get started here in just 1 minute. Hello, 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 everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Daily Q&A session. I'll be your host for the next hour. This is your opportunity to ask any questions you have about the software. If you're a beginner, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, you are in the right place. This is where, if you have any questions about the features, how the features are used, what the inputs are, what the outputs are, things like that, how to build a layout, how to create a top list, I'm here to help. I don't have any planned content to discuss during this Q&A. This Q&A will be driven by you, the audience. Questions that you have, I'll take my cues from you. Hope everybody had a great long weekend. I certainly did. Weather here was beautiful where I live. Got some outdoor hiking time, got some outdoor family time. It was just wonderful, wonderful. And I didn't even know we had Friday off. I think I figured out on Wednesday that we had Friday off. I'm always the last person to know. So anyway, while I wait for some questions to come in, I'm going to do what I always do at the top of these sessions. I'm going to update my open swing positions here, adjust my stops where necessary. I am demoing the Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus Simulated Trader. You can see here in my Brokerage Plus window, it says connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. And in this simulator, I do swing trades that are keyed off of Holly. All these trades that I'm in were trades that Holly had got in at one point in recent weeks as a day trade, but I got into them as swing trades. And so you'll notice in my charts up at the top here, I got a daily chart and a 5-minute intraday chart. In the daily chart, you will see where my stop loss order is residing. It's clearly displayed on the chart, which is super nice. For those of you who are visual like me, you will appreciate things like this. Not only does it show me where my stop loss level is on the chart, but also shows me what my P&L would be if my stop were to get hit. So if I were to get hit at that stop price of $182.53, I'd walk away with approximately $178 in profit. I'm currently sitting in $420 in open profit in this trade. But if the stock were to roll over and hit my level, that's where I'd get out. Now I'm going to drag my stop loss level higher. I want to bring it up to this little recent support from last week. And guys, it's so simple to do when you have working stop loss orders in Brokerage Plus. All you simply do is drag it to your new spot. Look at that. I just dragged it up. Now my new stop loss order is working at $186.99. If my stop were to get hit, I'll walk away with a $280 profit now. Nice. So I'm just going to go through all my open positions here. I got about 12 of them. Adjust my stops where necessary. I'm just going to drag this one up to break even. That blue horizontal line shows you the price that I paid to get in. You can see here in this chart, this blue horizontal line shows the price at which I got in. This trade's working all right. I'm going to drag my stop up just to last week's intraday low there. I think that was on Wednesday. Just a smidge higher. I'm always dragging my stop loss orders in the direction of the trend. I never move them the other way. That's just not a good best practice. I'm going to drag my stop loss here to break even, actually just above break even. And guys, there's no science here as you're noticing to my stop losses. I've been a trader for 23 years. I'm a very visual trader. I just kind of look at charts and look for obvious levels of key support, obvious levels where my trend would be invalidated. Okay, that's all I'm doing here. There's no calculus involved. I'm just looking for obvious levels. And, easy for me to say here with the simulator, this is not real money. But you know what, guys? I manage my actual trades very much the same way. I'm primarily an options trader these days, although I've done everything. I've been a very active day trader in stocks and futures, in commodities. I've done it all. These days I'm primarily an options trader, but I'm still making directional bets with options, much like a stock trader would. And so I'm still looking at the obvious levels of support and resistance. And so the mechanics are the same. And I apologize that my charts are loading kind of slow for me. Oftentimes when I'm sharing my screen, my computer seems to go a little slow. So I apologize if that's annoying to anybody. It's certainly annoying to me. If you hear a whistle going in the background, that's the first of the month flood testing siren. I live in a mountain town that is prone to flooding, and so they're testing the emergency broadcast system. So if you hear that, that's what that noise is. Should be done in a minute. All right. Well, so far no questions, folks. There's 81 people logged in. So I'm sure out of 81 of you, somebody's got a question, something that you're wanting to learn about. If you have a question about something, whether it's a beginner's question or an expert level question, I promise there's someone else who would benefit from the answer. So don't be shy. MB, can I cover some options content on your platform? Well, Trade Ideas is built for stock traders, okay? Now, if you're an options trader who's making directional bets, buying calls when you're bullish and buying puts when you're bearish, you'll use Trade Ideas the same way. You'll find signals about stocks that are moving on Trade Ideas, and then you could use that to make an options decision. Now, if you're looking for hardcore options data, things like volatility, spread data, you're looking for monthly expiration data, strike-specific data. We don't have that. We're not an options trading platform. Okay, that's a whole different data set. That's a whole ball of wax. It's a lot different and doesn't jive well with the architecture that we have here for the data within Trade Ideas. So with that said, with that disclaimer, if in our channel bar, if you scroll down to the channel bar, I think it's kind of towards the bottom, we do have an unusual options channel right here. This is going to show you stocks that are exhibiting unusual options volume, upticks in options volume. Doesn't necessarily mean that there's a trade to be made right now, but it is telling you that there is an uptick in volume in both calls and puts, and that could help inform a decision that you'd like to make. Now, let me just do something real quick. I'm going to open up a top list. I'm going to create a top list from scratch here. And if I go to my search tab, and these are all the available filters that we have, right? There's hundreds of them. But if I just type in this search terms box, options, you're going to see the full extent of the options specific data that we have. It's not a whole lot, okay? Again, we're not an options trading platform. But the options volumes that you do see are revolving around volumes, total volumes. Again, you're not going to see anything strike specific, expiration specific. This is just meant to give color for a stock trader. So MB, if you're looking for hardcore options data, we are not the platform for you. But if you are using options to make directional bets, whether you're going long by buying calls or going short by selling puts or buying puts, Trade Ideas can be useful for you. It's you would use it just like a stock trader would. You would find stocks that are moving on Trade Ideas, and then go and take an options position. Now, here's a little hack for you. When you're building a top list or an alert window, let's bring this back up again. If you only, oftentimes if you have an alert window and you're getting alerts on stocks, not every stock has options, right? If any one of you have traded options, you probably know that not every stock has options. And even more, some stocks might have options, but they don't have much volume. And they're very illiquid and they're tough to trade. So one way that you can kind of limit that universe is if I bring up the options filters again. One thing I like to do is I like to use options volume today. Okay, this is a filter. If I just add this filter and just set the minimum to 1, then that's going to require that a stock has traded at least one option contract today. That's going to filter out all stocks that don't trade options. Okay? So that's the first thing. Now, if you want to be a little bit more aggressive and you only want to be alerted on stocks that actually have liquid options markets, then you'll want to play around and maybe, set this minimum to 1,000 or something like that, so that you know that there are options trading. But again, if a stock has multiple months of expirations listed, but it's only traded 1,000 contracts across 12 months of options, that still might not be a very liquid contract. So you'll have to use some discretion there, but play around with this number. But definitely for options volume today, you'll want to use at least a minimum of 1 so that you know that you're seeing stocks that are optionable. All right. Well, glad we covered that. Let's move on, folks. Who wants to step in first, wade into the water, and throw a question out about something you'd like to learn? This session is for you. If there's no questions coming in, it's going to be awfully quiet in here. Have you guys been utilizing some of our newer updated channels like this Buzz social sentiment channel? This is kind of our rejiggered. We used to have a social media channel that was pulling data strictly from StockTwits, but now we've expanded it. We are pulling in the stocks that are most highly talked about across social media. So not just StockTwits, but Twitter, Reddit, etc. MB, we have not set a date for the test drive yet, unfortunately, but it is coming soon. And you know what? If you haven't already, I'll share a link in here. You can sign up so that you'll be alerted when we announce our next test drive. So I'm going to put it in here in the chat. Test drive sign up. You could use this link right here and put in your email address, and you will be alerted when we do start accepting signups for the next test drive. Like I said, we haven't nailed down a date yet, but I would be willing to bet we'll have one in May. There's a bunch of reasons why we haven't done a test drive yet. A lot of them technical reasons. We've been really pushing some new updates and some new stuff in the background to improve the performance of the platform. So we wanted to get all that done. We've also been on a hiring spree. We've hired a bunch of new people in support at Trade Ideas. And so we want to make sure that they're all up to speed and, and feeling comfortable and ready to go, because we're going to need them when we have our next test drive. I think our last test drive, we had 5,000 people participate in it, something like that. And boy, we survived, but our support staff had their hands full. So we're happy to have the new team members. I think we've hired like 4 new people in support since our last test drive, maybe 5. I'm losing track. I can't keep up anymore. Company's expanding like crazy. But we're getting all those pieces in place. And so yeah, test drive probably next month. All right, KR. He's asking about a stock called LAC. Let's see what this thing looks like. Okay. Can you build a scan for stocks that could break support like LAC did today and on Thursday on a 15-minute candle? Well, support is a subjective term. All right, so what looks like support to me might not look like support to you, but we could play around here. So you want to be alerted. So you build a scan. So build a scan for stocks that could break support. So, all right, so you want to see stocks that are kind of sitting just above support, maybe ready to go. Obviously, we can't predict the future. No machine can predict the future, but we can certainly build a list of stocks that are sitting on recent support. So let's do this. I'm going to go to my new button here. I'm going to click top list window. We're going to build a top list that shows us stocks that are at the bottom of a range and maybe setting up for a break. So I'm going to start from scratch. I'm double clicking here. This is always a good thing to do if and when you are building something from scratch. And then we go to the search tab. This is where all the magic happens. Now I'm going to skip going through all the basics like, putting in a price filter and a volume filter to filter out the stocks that we definitely don't want to see. But specifically for stocks that are sitting at the low end of a range, we have a variety of position in range filters. And you mentioned 15-minute candles. So I don't know if this is exactly what you're looking for, but if you use a position in 15-minute range, actually this is probably not what you're looking for because this is just going to look at this most recent 15-minute range. Let's do this. I'm guessing because you're using 15-minute candles, you're looking at swing trade stocks that you might hold for several days or several weeks. So why don't we do this? Why don't we just do a position in 5-day range? Okay. So this filter here, if I add this filter, and it shows up here, when I clicked it, it moves me over to the Windows specific filters tab. And here, if I put a filter minimum of 0 and a max of, let's say, 20, what this is going to do is this is going to show me all stocks that are in the bottom 20th percentile of their 5-day range. If I click this show me button, it'll show me in plain English what I've done. Show me stocks where the price is no more than 20% above the low of the range. Also show me stocks where the price is at the low of the range. All right, so great. So that's a key little filter here. So if I do nothing else, if that's the only filter that I add, okay, we're going to see a lot of stocks in here, but let's just hit OK. Let's just launch this window. Here's a top. Oh, you know what? I need to have some columns. All we see is the symbols, but that doesn't really give us a whole lot of color. Let me go to columns and let's just add that stuff right there. Okay, so now we got some color here. So if I stretch this window out here a little bit, you will see this kind of visually shows you where the stock is within the range. So you kind of look at this little box here like this. Like this end is the low end of the range and this up here is the high end of the range. Where this red starts is at the 50% at the middle, right? So all these stocks you're seeing visually, they're showing you that they're in the low end of their range. So this doesn't mean that these stocks are ready to sell off, but if I click on one of these stocks, let's say this FLTB, you could see that well, the stock today is gapped lower, traded up higher. So yeah, it's in the lower end of its 5-day range, which would be these candles right here. Okay, so maybe play around with the position and range filters. I think that's a good place to start. Let me see. I see you added some more color there, KR. Let me read up. So the position in 5 range day filters is going to show you, it's going to work in regular trading hours, not in pre-market hours. Now we do have some pre-market filters here, I believe. Let's just open up the configure real quick. If I go to pre-market, oops, I can't type. So here you got position and pre-market range. You could use that filter if you want to see where, but that's just going to show you today's pre-market range. Okay, that's not going to show you like when you're using a traditional position and range filter, it's ignoring the trading action after hours and pre-market. Okay, but if you're looking just for today, you could use this position and pre-market range, and it will show you where the stock is in relation to today's pre-market range. That's it. Charles, what are the hours that one can trade pre and post market with IB and TI? Well, that's a two-part answer. With IB, you can trade pre-market and post-market all the time, I believe. But with trade ideas, if you're using our Brokerage Plus, you can only trade regular trading hours. At least you can only auto trade regular trading hours. You might be able to manually trade outside of regular hours. Let me just check real quick. No, I think you can only trade during regular trading hours. I mean, look, I don't trade pre and post market. It's not something I do. Maybe I'm not the best guy to ask. If that's something that's really important to you, who was that? Charles. info@trade-ideas.com. Send us an email. Our tech guys the smart guys who know the real answers, will get back to you on that. But if you're talking about auto trading, I know for a fact that auto trading will only work during regular trading hours. Boy, market gapped up and just keeps on going, huh? Let's bring up the, let me bring back my normal layout here. I'm all lost here. The S&P, I mean, look at this gap. This is a 15-minute chart here. And boy, we just, from Thursday we gapped and just held, and today gapping more significantly and rallying more significantly. It's a bull market, you know. For people who follow me on Twitter, you've heard me say that over and over again. One second here while I do a little position adjustment of my own. Alrighty, right, there we go. Thanks for playing. Had to make a little, make a little trade to one of my positions on a different screen here. You guys are just looking at my Amazon Workspaces screen where I have my trade ideas, but I had to do another trade there elsewhere. Just my position. This market just running away. Razak, options trading is beyond the scope of what we do here at Trade Ideas, and these Q&A sessions are focused on teaching you guys how to use the software. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna skip your question there about an options lesson. This is just not the right time and place. But if you want to reach out to me privately, you can. Hit me up on Twitter if you're on Twitter, @ChicagoSean. Happy to answer questions there. Or if you want to email me at Trade Ideas, my Trade Ideas email address is sean@trade-ideas.com. Sean is spelled S-E-A-N. Sean@trade-ideas.com, excuse me. So oftentimes I'll get questions about how I swing trade with Holly. As those of you who use our AI, the Holly AI engine is built for day trading. So if I open up any one of these Holly channels here, let's go. She's not having a good day. Let's go to the Neo. So if I open up the Holly Neo channel, you'll see she's got this trade here shows you all the current open trades. She's currently in one long trade in ticker ASAI. It's a small, no, it's not a small winner right now. Small loser right now. And then these two trades here are the two trades that she was in but have since closed. So Holly AI, for those of you who don't know, is a day trader. All stocks are exited by the end of the day by Holly. Now, that is all well and good, but I've figured out a way, or I use Holly as a signal generator for me to find great swing trades. Okay, so let me do this. In my channel bar here, I've got a custom channel that I've built. It's called AI Swings right here. This is one of my own custom channels. Anyone can build their own custom channels, and you could even save some of them in your channel bar for easy access. But this is a channel that I've built that every day in the last hour of the trading day is when I come over here and look into putting on some new trades. Why the last hour? No magic about the last hour. Nothing special about entering trades in the last hour. But I do it then because by then, Holly has typically gotten into all the trades that she's going to be in for the rest of the day. She rarely will enter any new trades in the last hour. Sometimes she will, but it's pretty rare. In the last hour, I've got this little window right here, and it's just filtered to show me all the long trades that she's done. You see here, I got a little filter. I got it set to all long strategies. I'm not interested in the short trades. As a swing trader, I like to trade on the short or on the long side. That's just my preference. If you like to do swing trades on the short side, great. If it works for you, keep doing it. But I like to trade on the long side. So I'm only looking at the long trades she's done. I'm ignoring the shorts. And so you'll notice I have 4 charts across the top. They're all pointing to the same stock, but on different time frames. So first window here, first chart here is the monthly chart, then the weekly chart, then a daily chart, and finally a intraday 5-minute chart. Now, when I'm figuring out what stocks I want to trade, I'm primarily just paying attention to these first 2 charts, the monthly and the weekly. For me, as a swing trader, I am most comfortable trading on the long side when I have the wind in my sails. Okay? I want to get into trades that are in long-term uptrends. I don't want to be fighting the trend. I don't want to be swimming upstream. I want all the help I can get in any long trade I'm in. So I want to see a monthly chart and a weekly chart that are more or less moving from the bottom left to the upper right. You know what I mean? I want that trend going. So I'm looking at this chart. I'm looking at this monthly chart and I don't like it. Yeah, it's been going great the last 5 months or so. But there's a lot of overhead supply up in this area that, would make it hard. So I'll skip that one. I'll look at the next trade she's been in. Okay, now here's a beauty. Look at this monthly chart. I mean, this thing has had quite a run. The monthly chart is skyrocketing. Weekly chart is consolidating here, but up near the high of the range. Now, this is a trade. This is a stock that I would most likely enter. I'll probably do this. Actually, no, I'll do it right now. Why not? I got it set up so that I could just hit a couple keys here and make a quick trade. If I just right click, trade APPS, buy using swing trade buys. This is one of the algos that I set up, which I'm happy to show you guys how to do that if anyone has any questions about it. But I just go ahead and click that and boom. If I go to my executions tab, you'll see it. There's the trade. I just bought it. I bought it at 80.35. I bought 50 shares. Why 50? Why not 70? Why not 100? My algo is set up such that I'm only risking $200 of my capital. Okay? And I've got it set up so that my stop loss in the stock is automatically 5% away from the current stock price. All right, so you'll see the stock, I just got in at 85.07. You can see it in the blue up there. And actually, let's look it up here. It's easier to see it on the 5-minute chart. Actually, it's not easier to look there. I bought it at 80.35. Let's look right here. Let's look at my blotter, my executions tab. I bought it at 80.35. Well, I bought it at 80.35, and you can see in the 5-minute chart up here where my stop loss level is. My stop loss level is at 76.32. Let's look right here, 76.32. That's 5% away from where I got in. I got in at 80.35. My stop loss is at 76.32. So the algo did the math for me, calculated my share size appropriately, such that if my stop were to get hit, I will lose approximately $200. In this case, 202. That's just because of some slippage there, factors in commissions as well. But that makes trading really easy for me, guys. I don't want to have to think about my position sizing when I'm trying to get into a trade. I mean, I'm a swing trader, so I'm not so worried about speed as maybe a day trader might be. But for day traders, it's very, very useful. You don't have to think about the share size or your stop loss level. It all gets done for you. So Asiri, you asked how I set that up. Okay, let's do that. In my Brokerage Plus window, if I go to the Strategies tab, you will see strategies that I have here. This one's just a stupid strategy that I created for somebody last week. Let's just delete that. So ignore the discretionary long and discretionary short. These are just default for everybody. I don't even know what they do, to be honest. I've never used them. But here are the strategies I've created. And really, I just use the swing trade buys. As I mentioned before, I don't like to swing trade on the short side. I've got the algo set up if I want to, but I rarely will use it. Swing trade buys is the one I use. So if I right click on this strategy, and I choose edit trade. Actually, let me back up. If I'm doing this from scratch, if I don't even have one yet, and I want to do something similar to what I set up, all you would do is anywhere in this blue box, just right click and hit new trading strategy. Okay? But I'll just go here and edit the one I've got. It's going to look the same thing. It's going to take us right here. You'll have a number of tabs, and this is where you set up your strategy. Now, not much to do here on the configuration tab. You just give it a name. And choose whether it's a long strategy or a short strategy. You might want to, if you're trading live, you want to choose the account that you're going to trade it with, whether it's your simulated account or live. I don't have a live account connected, but if I did, it would show up here. But really, I'll just go to entry tab real quick. Here's the entry tab. I just have it set up. Market for me is open from 7:30 till 2 p.m. I'm in the Mountain Time Zone. I'm in Colorado. So I just have that wide open. That's all I do here on this page. But really the magic happens in these two tabs, the order details and the risk management. Let's start with the risk management. This is where you set your stop loss. You don't have to have a stop loss order that is automatically created when you enter a trade, but I like to do that. I think it's the best practice for me. Now with stop loss, you have to place a check in the box to make sure that it's being used. And then you have 3 choices for a stop loss. You have percent, dollars, and filter. Percent is pretty self-explanatory. You use percent, You set your percent right there. I've got it set to 5. You could set it to 7 if you want it, or 10. Some people like a 10% stop loss on stocks, but I like 5. That's just a number I like. No magic there, but that's the one I use. You could, instead of percent, you could do a fixed dollars. I don't recommend this unless you're always trading stocks that are right around the same price. But if you use a dollar stop loss, you could set it so that your stop loss is always $1 away. So whether you're trading Amazon or a penny stock, your stop loss is going to be a $1 away. I wouldn't recommend that because those are two very different trades, as you could imagine. The last option I'm not going to get into because it's advanced, but the last option is filter. You can set this to filter and then you use something over here. This is really complicated and it's a little bit wonky. Not going to get into that there. We're going to cover some of the basics here. But for me, I use the percentage stop loss and I use it, set it to 5. Okay. Now, once I've set that stop loss, now I need to make sure I have to set the algo to correctly size my position. The way I do that is I go to the order details tab, and here is where I set my position sizing. We've got 3 options for position sizing. For fixed dollars, this would simply mean if I set this to say 5,000, then what that means is it's going to buy as many shares as $5,000 will purchase. No more, no less. All right. Pretty simple, right? That's for people who want to keep the investment per trade equal across the board. The other option is fixed shares. Pretty self-explanatory. You can set that to say 100 and trade in 100 share blocks or 500 share blocks, whatever your number is. You can do that. I know there's a lot of old school traders that like to trade that way. I used to be one of them, but I don't do that anymore. What I prefer is the based on stop loss. With based on stop loss, the stop loss that we set up when we were in the risk management tab, remember I set my stop loss at 5% away. So when I use the position sizing based on stop loss and set a number here, so I set 200, what this means is my position is going to be sized such that if my stop loss level gets hit, I will lose approximately $200. Now the key here for all of you is everyone's got a different number for how much they're comfortable losing, right? Nobody wants to lose. But you have to expect to lose from time to time. I mean, you should expect to lose at least 50% of the time. You'll probably lose even more, and that's okay. I know plenty of successful traders who win, less than 30% of the time. But I want to make sure that I'm setting this number at a number that I'm comfortable with. So for me, 200 is that number. I'm willing to risk $200 on any one trade. And that's how I set that. So once I got this all set up, guys, and I hit OK, then any trading strategy that I have set up in this window is easily accessible with one click from a chart. So if I want to trade this ticker, I just right click on the chart, choose trade APPS, and choose any one of my 2, in this case I have 2 swing trade strategies. I could choose any one. And all I do is once I click it, boom, the trade happens. I love that. It's super easy, super visual, just like me, super visual. All right, folks, if anyone's got any more questions, fire them at me. I'm ready. Meanwhile, SPY, S&P just keeps going. Look at that. 5-day chart. We're just chugging higher. New intraday highs. Is the QQQ caught up today? Oh, QQ is, the NASDAQ is definitely playing catch up last 3 trading days. Wow. Excuse me one sec. Come over here. Checking a little something out. Boy, this market is just ripping. It's just ripping. Okay, folks, we seem to have hit a lull in the action here. I noticed that there are a number of more people who have logged in since I started chatting at the top of the hour. As a reminder for those who didn't hear it, this is the live Q&A session. So this is really just an open floor to ask any questions you have about the software, anything that I could help you with. The next 25 minutes or so that I have with you is all going to be driven by you. Okay, DM, hello. Is there any way to maximize the windows as they come up from the channel bar? It's a bummer when TI doesn't fit my monitor. Yeah, I hear you, DM. So what you're saying is when you click on a channel, let's say you go to the, I don't know, the Holly channel, and it opens up the windows, and you're saying that it doesn't fill your screen. Like I got a bunch of dead space here, right? You want it to fill your screen. Well, yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to do that. The reason why it's done the way it is, it's done so that it will always fit every monitor. Because if you go on the flip side, DM, if you were to open up trade ideas on a laptop screen, for example, and it was set to be on a bigger screen, all of a sudden it's going to open up on a small screen and everything's going to be overlapping. It's going to be weird and you're going to be lost, and it causes a lot of confusion for people. So at least with this way, if you're on a large screen like I am, it doesn't take up the whole screen, but at least you could see everything. And then you could go and resize anything you want, but you'll have to do it, window by window. And I know that can be frustrating. But it's really kind of, how can we help the most people most of the time? And that that's how we've arrived at that decision, I guess, or how the developers have arrived at that decision. Yeah, how do you set your defaults for when you start a new alert window? Okay. What you would do with an alert window, let's say I am creating an alert window from scratch, Aya. And we want to get the one that I want. Actually, no, let's just do this. Let's just create one that's already existing so that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So I'm loading the settings. And so I've got my alerts set. I got my filters set. Let's hide unused. You can see the different filters. Now, if let's just, for argument's sake, say that I've got this the way I want it to be, okay? Well, what you do, Aya, is when you launch this window, I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And here's the window. Here is the actual alert window. Now, if I want to make this a default, what I would do is just right-click in the window and go to here, Save as Default, okay? If I hit Save as Default, now, notice how it's called Turbo Breaks Up right here. Let's close this down. Now if I open up a brand new alert window, it should launch. Well, it's going to take me to the config window. If I go to my summary tab, you will see there it is. It's a Turbo Breaks Up. And if I hit launch, if I hit OK, it's going to be that exact same alert window. So once you've got an alert with like the basics that you want to have in every alert window, if that's something you want, get it set the way you want, and then just right click in it and hit Save as Default. And then that will be your default alert window going forward until you create a new default window. All right, hope that makes sense. Okay, Jacques, let's go back to my Brokerage Plus window, strategy tab, or let's go here, edit my trading strategy. Okay. Can you explain the first two tickable square boxes? I'm assuming you're talking about send orders for a symbol at once most per day and send order even when holdings exist for a symbol. I'm assuming that's what you're asking about, Jacques. So if you were to turn this on, and this is going to be more for automated strategies, okay? This basically says if you have an alert created that you're automatically trading, let's say it's a stock that's making, let's say the alert is a stock that's making a new intraday high, okay? Well, the stock is going to make new intraday highs multiple times throughout the day, right? If it's going up, it's going to trigger a new high alert multiple times throughout the day. But if you already bought into it, you don't need to keep buying every time it hits a new high. You don't want that, right? So you would you would check this box so that you'll only enter into one symbol, or enter a symbol once, okay? And then this box here is somewhat related. If you already have a position in that symbol, it's not going to get you in again. You're not going to double up in the position just because it fired again. So that's really all that's for. If you're auto trading, I would recommend using those. Yeah, MB, I'll agree with DM there about the options education. I know Options Alpha is a good place to learn about options. I would also recommend Tasty Trade, tastytrade.com. Great place to learn options. Free, all great. You're welcome, Jacques. You're welcome. So folks, if this is your first time here at the live Q&A, well, first of all, welcome. We're glad you're here. Second of all, we do these every trading day, Monday through Friday, at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a rotating cast of characters that conduct the sessions. I typically do Mondays. Steve Gomez will typically do Tuesday. Michael Noss will handle Wednesdays. Jamie Hodge typically on Thursday. And Andy Lindloff is usually our go-to man on Fridays. Sometimes we mix Chris Varley into the mix. And I think we're going to be bringing Chris McKay into the mix. These are some of our newer team members. But the point is we do it every day and we get different people every day. And with different people, you get different perspectives, different hacks, different tricks, different experience levels. So, hey, come on back. It can't hurt. DM, are you able to link TI to multiple windows? Yes, you can. I'm pretty sure. It's not something I use myself. But you talk about external linking. For those of you who don't know about external linking, if you want to link trade ideas, let's say to your brokerage platform, let's say you trade on, I don't know, E-Trade, right? And whenever you click on a symbol in trade ideas, you also want that symbol to come up on your E-Trade platform so you can quickly go over there and make a manual trade, right? If I click on, let's say this SCHW, not only would it load the charts here on trade ideas, but it would also load up my level 2 window and whatever on my E-Trade platform. So you can link the two platforms together. The way you do that is in your TI menu bar, go up to Tools and choose External Linking. And then here, I've got nothing set up, but if I want to add link, I click Add Link. Then I follow the instructions. Basically, what this means is it says keep holding while keeping this window active, mouse over to the target window and hold down the Shift key to select the window. So imagine that my mouse over here is imagine that this window here is a E-Trade level 2 box, right? And this is where I enter the symbol. So I would hover my mouse right here and I would hit my Shift key and it would select that box and then that would be linked. Now, sometimes it's a little wonky. Every platform is a little different. Every platform has frequent software updates that monkey with the mechanics. So if you're having any trouble with external linking, please come into our live chat, or I'm sorry, our live support. Let me say that again. Please come into our email. Send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and one of our technicians will troubleshoot and get you going. But I kind of danced around your question there, DM, but can you link multiple windows? Yes, you can have multiple links. Yeah, you can. You could have multiple links. So you could be linked to your trading platform. You could also be linked to, let's say, Benzinga for a news source, or linked to Yahoo Finance because there's something over there that you like. Whatever the case may be. What sort of indicators do I use to track the ES futures and or the SPY? I'm pretty basic, Autolicious. I don't use any indicators. I'm just a trend follower mostly. I'm following price. I don't use stochastics or RSI or GAN fans or Fibonacci's. I don't really do any of that stuff. I'm just looking for price action. Only price pays, my friend. I mean, you can see on my charts I've got some moving averages, and that's really the extent of it for me. I like to be aware of where moving averages are. I think that helps. At least it gives me some signposts along the way. But that's it. That's it, my man. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with using indicators. I know people who use indicators to great effect, but it's not what I do. Cool, DM. Yeah, Benzinga, I mean, they're fantastic for news. Fantastic. TradingView has great charts. I got a lot of friends who work at TradingView. So I know they got a great product over there. For those of you who don't know me, years ago, I used to work at StockTwits. I was the director of community over at StockTwits for 7 years. And some of my former co-workers with me over at StockTwits have all have joined up over at TradingView. So got some good friends over there. TrendSpider is another great one, guys, for charts. If guys have never used TrendSpider, I'd recommend checking them out. In fact, we're going to be doing another webinar with them in a couple weeks. Myself and Michael Noss and Jake from TrendSpider will be hosting another webinar on Sunday night. Not this coming Sunday, but the following Sunday. I forget, what's that, the 18th? Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll be doing a webinar. We'll have information about that later on. If you guys are on our email list, you'll get emailed about it. But we're going to be showing you all the cool things you could do combining trade ideas and TrendSpider together. And the TrendSpider charts are really, really flipping cool, my friend. So folks, we're starting to hit the home stretch here. I got about 10 minutes left to hang with you. When I'm done at the top of the hour, I'm going to pass the mic back to Barry in the live trading room, and Barry will take you into the close. Again, for first timers, if you're first time here, bookmark this link that you're at right now, this YouTube link, bookmark it. And you can tune in every trading day during live market hours. There'll always be live content here. It'll either be Barry in the live trading room. That's going on all day. We interrupt him for an hour, as we are right now, for our live Q&A session, where the live Q&A session is really just geared for software questions. Whereas the trading room, you're looking over the shoulder of an actual trader, Barry Einerson, trading real money, using Trade Ideas software to inform his decisions. And if nothing else, you can learn by osmosis, watching Barry trade and hearing how he thinks through trades, hearing how he uses the different features of the platform as he trades the market. And that's going on all day. So bookmark this link. You could always join it with one link or one click. Just one click, boom, you're in. Hopefully that's how you got here today. So like I said, I got about 10 minutes left to hang with you. So if you're sitting on a question, if there's something that's just been bothering you, you need an answer, and you're shy, don't be shy. We won't bite. Besides, we're all anonymous here, most of us, right? Yeah, you could, if you want to send me an email out of bio, my personal email address at Trade Ideas is Sean. I'll type it in here, Sean@trade-ideas.com. Go ahead and send me an email. Happy to chat. Also, if some of you people are new, you don't even use Trade Ideas, but you're thinking about it and you want to give us a try, here's a link. And if you use my personal promo code, you can get 15% off your first month as you try it out. So there you go. There's the link. Use that link. Use that promo code. You'll get 15% off your first month of Trade Ideas. You're welcome. Tell them Sean sent you. All right. We seem to have hit a lull. You talking about a symbol there, DM? RHE? What's going on? Yeah, looks like a nice little intraday setup if that's your thing. That's a tiny market cap, 11 million. Woo. If you like to trade those things, knock yourself out. It's not something I do. Well, DM, sounds like you linked to the wrong window. Maybe he just really, really wants you to be here in our live chat. DM, it's hard for me to troubleshoot your external linking here for you if you're having trouble. So if you are having troubles, just email us, info@trade-ideas.com, and one of my much smarter technicians will be able to figure out what's up. I'm sure it's a simple fix. Take a look at some of the biggest movers today. I got a little top list here. I like to keep this open. It shows me all the stocks that have moved the most since the opening print. This is not the stocks that are up the most on the day in total, but just since their opening print. So this CMBM is up 14.4% since its first print today. Its first print looks like it was around $50. That's a nice intraday move. Grow, is this an ETF? No, US Global Investors. What do these guys do? Investment Advisory Services, okay, interesting. Greenwich Life Sciences having a big move intraday. That's a nice looking setup for an intraday trade. I think it could pop another buck if it breaks through earlier high. I love this this little top list here. It shows me all the stocks that are really moving intraday. And then, of course, I got an all-time highs alert window down here. My bread and butter trade is a swing trade. I love the trade stocks that are making all-time highs. There's no resistance overhead. It's all blue skies. There are no bag holders up ahead on a stock with all-time highs. There isn't anybody who bought higher and is looking to unload to break even. There's none of that. Stocks like this, DHI, DR Horton, breaking out. I love to buy stocks like that. Thanks for the kudos, Hey Y. Thank you. And we appreciate you. We appreciate you being here. And I appreciate all of you who have asked questions, because without your questions, we don't have much content to discuss during these live Q&As. So it's a give and take here, folks. It's a give and take. We all help each other out. That's how it all works. With the home builders, man, there's PHM. If anyone is like me, has been trying to buy a house in this market, you know that the home builders should be strong. I mean, housing market is stupid hot right now. I've pretty much given up trying to buy a house. I'm not going to pay these stupid prices. It's ridiculous. Stan, you want me to share the links for my movers since today's open and my all-time highs? Yeah, I can do that. So I'll do this. I'm going to save these links to my cloud. Movers since today's open. Save and share. There's the link. I'll copy it. I'm going to put it in here. Movers since open. There's the cloud link for that. And I'll do the all-time high here. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Copy all. And here's the all-time highs. There are the cloud links, folks. If you guys want to use those, you're welcome to use them. Yeah, 500K. That's pretty dang high. I'm with you. That would be cheap where I live, unfortunately. I live near Boulder, Colorado, and prices are stupid. 500K won't even buy you anything but a teardown. Out here. Stupid. Just plain stupid. Okay, I'm going to see if Barry's around, if he's ready and streaming, so we will be ready to pass him back. That's right. I hope I can have a fistful of cash in the next real estate crash, if and when that ever happens. That would be the ideal scenario, but who knows? Those things never happen on a schedule that you're hoping for. That's true in real estate. That's true in the stock market. They never happen when everyone's prepared for them. If everyone thinks the market's going to crash, guess what? Market's not going to crash. Why? Because if everyone thinks the market's going to crash, everyone's positioned for the market to crash. They've all bought their out of the money puts. They've all shorted stocks. They're already in their position. They're already where they want to be. There's no fuel at that point. Nope. Crashes come when people are least prepared for them. All right, so we'll be moving this back to the live trading room with Barry, just when he gives me the signal that he's streaming and ready to go. So I'm going to issue last call for questions, guys. Another minute here. If you got any last minute questions, throw them at me. I'll do my best. Yes, DM. I'll put the address in here again for you. info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best place to send questions, especially anything technical. If it's during market hours, you can expect a response pretty quickly, usually within an hour or less. If it's outside of regular business hours, you might need to wait till the next morning. But you'd be surprised. We now have international support. We've got some people overseas on our team now, so we've expanded our support hours, our reach. So you might not have to wait as long overnight anymore or on weekends, which is nice. We've got a woman named Stephanie who just joined the team. She's in South Africa, and she's amazing. So if you happen to get helped by Stephanie, you're in good hands. You're welcome, Phil. Thanks for hanging out with us. Like I said earlier, we do this every day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We get different people every day, different voices, but we do this every day, and you're encouraged to come hang out. Every day, you might learn something new. That's the hope, anyway. All right, folks, Barry is in. He's ready. So I'm going to bid you all adieu. Hope you have a great trading day. Hope you have a great trading week. I'm going to pass you back to Barry now. Take care, everybody.
Okay, DCTH, it's got the room. The only issue right now, it's getting closer to that 200-day moving average. 1408 is the 200-day moving average, so it's getting closer to the area. Yeah, see, I was not going to even look at it unless it got up to this level here. 607 for semi, CEMI. Well, DCTH, guys, it is really moving here. Don't see any news on it other than just maybe a bounce, a big bounce. Getting really close to that 200-day though. I don't see that news. I'm not saying it isn't, but I don't see the news. At 1325, I don't see that news. Unless it was way before. There it is. Okay, so that's on. Well, that's in December though. Yeah, I mean that was announced in December. Well, this is definitely really coming back. I mean, this got hit, I believe, just because of earnings. I mean, there it is, March 31st, right there. Had earnings, got hit right through the 200-day. Now, right at that 200-day moving average. Wow. Will it stall right there? This is shortable for me. Yeah, spread issue 1390, 1414. That is a tough spread. Okay, are you talking to me, Shills? I want to make sure. I don't know. Is Sean still there? Ija, can you hear me? I want to make sure you guys can hear me. To see if that question is directed to me or is Sean still in the room? I'm back. Okay, thank you. So on the strategy window, you have default chart and default chart short. So you'd have to tell me what strategy window you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay, on B plus. Okay, so B plus. Strategy window. Are you talking about this, the long and the short here? Disregard it. If that's what you're talking about, just disregard it. It's very it's just automatically going to be there. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, disregard it. Okay. No, you're not talking about that. Okay, default. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Okay, so you see the buy, we have a B button on a chart and an S button, short button on the chart. What you do is you assign, I think that's what you mean. Yeah, you assign one, if you created a long strategy, you assign one of them. Yeah, see, but the columns you got, I mean, these are the columns I've got. So default chart. Okay, these are the two columns, right? Okay, so I don't even see what that says. Yeah, so you can assign one long strategy to, if you clicked on the B for buy, you assign one long strategy. That's the way you'd want to trade it. You assign one short strategy to the way you'd want to trade the if you wanted to short right from the chart. Okay? So set as, so that's what that means. Okay. If you just downloaded today, Shills, and what I would do, because you're looking at something that, I'm not saying it's advanced, but it's if you've just downloaded today, what I would do is take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? Get yourself familiarized a little bit with trade ideas in general, okay? And that 20 lessons, what you'll see, everybody gets very eager wanting to maybe dive into this and all, but what I would do is I would start a little bit more slowly and just take a look at the 20 short lessons, and that'll get you started with trade ideas in general. This is what you'd see, the 20 short lessons. What is a top list, building a top list. It'll go into back testing, Brokerage Plus. It'll go into Brokerage Plus, okay? Intro to Brokerage Plus. So I would take a look at this first. Because in order to even create a strategy like this, you're going to have to watch this video. Your own strategies that you might want to assign to the buy and short buttons on the chart. You'll have to watch this video. There's a lot of information in that video concerning Brokerage Plus, okay? Okay, then the same with you, CA, California, Canada. Before I would do anything else, I would take a look at the 20 lessons. You have a Mac, okay. Well, you can still use trade ideas. I would still take a look at the 20 lessons, okay. So if you have a Mac, I'll actually even pop this in here. This is for Mac users. We don't have a PC, we don't have a Mac program as such, but there are 3 ways in which you can use trade ideas. You can use it, you can use it from our browser, the web-based version, or if you're willing to use Parallels or something like that, an emulation program, or Amazon Web Services or something like that. If you're not willing to use an emulation program or AWS and you want to use the web-based version, nothing wrong with it. But if you wanted to practice trading as an example using our simulator, you can't do it. Otherwise, it's almost has the same features as the application. if you only have one monitor, for instance, I mean, with multi-monitors, it's better with the app because you can move, you can move windows around to your various monitors, things like that. If you only have one monitor, then it obviously doesn't really matter. The other limitation is you can only have 5 charts in the web-based version, as opposed to 10 to 20, depending on if you're on our standard or premium service with the app. Those are the probably the biggest differences. Okay, DM, because those are the ones that made the cut today. Those are the ones that made the cut. Okay, remember what happens once the market closes today. The AI gets to work with the on those 70 to 75 strategies with an optimization routine, and at the end of it, then you're presented the next day with the ones that made the cut. I wouldn't care so much about that. All I would care about is, all right, who cares about what made the cut? Tell me the alerts that I get from those. That's all I would concern myself with. Okay, but that's the reason why, because these are the strategies that today made the cut. Okay? All right, well, here's another one from Real Scan, EasyGo, EZGO, EasyGo. And what do we see here? Oh, way above the channels. It is shortable. What's the spread like? It's a 7-cent spread, not a great spread. Getting better, 4 cents. Let's see, what sort of resistance is this coming into? So the high right there is 829, 777. So it's right at these levels here on the daily chart for EZGO. Wow, and there now look at it go down now. I mean, that just collapsed, but it's very whippy. Very whippy, very whippy. Look at that topping tail. Not as huge a bottoming tail, but still. I mean, that went from 790 to 726 just like that, and popped right back up. So again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about when I say Real Scan, this is something that he created a while back. This is still the one I'm using. So the idea of these is to, these are potential shorts that they've topped out. Doesn't mean, when you get the alert, you just automatically short it, but Okay, so DM, when you say if I mess with the AI alerts, what do you mean by that? You can't really mess. You can't really mess mess with them. I'm not sure. I know what you mean by you saying if I mess with them. Veronica, hello. So I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. You can't mess with them. You can't see the alerts. You can't see the filters if that's what you're talking about. Those are proprietary, all proprietary. So you can't go in and say, okay, what are the filters in here? Or well, sorry, in here. You can't go in here and say, okay, what are they? If that's what you mean. Easy go. Well, looks like it could be battery cells. Yeah. So it's for bikes, but it is a certainly in the sector. But Torp says garbage. But good luck. Good luck. I'm just kidding you. You know I'm just kidding you. Yeah, so everything that I am sharing, DM, as an example, okay? So here's what I'm sharing one of these, like this scan. So if you took it from me and then you look at the filters that I've got, a couple of things. I mean, you may want to have a different price range, absolutely, if you want to do that. Maybe you want a higher minimum volume. You can change things. This is just the template that I like, but you can certainly take things and change them if you want. These are just ideas, okay? So if you're getting too many alerts or not enough, then you can make adjustments. You can make adjustments for the filters. Yeah, here it is. Here's real scan. This is one I'm using. He may have made some changes since, but this is the one I've been using. I think it's still pretty good. Yeah, that's the whole trick, I mean, if you're getting too many alerts coming into a window, then you start tightening up the filters, either increasing the values that you're using or adding a filter or two to see if you can whittle it down. But if you're not getting very many, then you might want to do the reverse. And from day to day, it may change. Market conditions can change from day to day. Some people ask me, well, why don't I make my filters less severe? You'll get more alerts. You're absolutely right, but I may get a lot of alerts I don't want to see in this option scanner. So I'm very comfortable getting 3 to 5 a day. Very comfortable. I'm here every day. Yes. Well, not every day. 9 to 3, Monday to Friday, Eastern time. Okay, not Saturdays and Sundays. Yeah, let's see what Box is doing. That was last week's trade of the week, and yeah, I mean now it looks like it took a while, but it looks like now it does want to kind of break out. I can't remember what the trigger was. 2365, was that it? USAT is not in my option scanner. Let's take a look why you're getting it in yours, but it is not in mine. And again, you can change. Of course, you can change. I think I know the reason is probably the count. You know what? I think what is going to happen, it'll show up very soon. The relative volume is now 3, and my minimum was 3. Okay, so it may show up now. Probably at this point it was not. So my guess is if it makes another new high, it might show up. You must have you must have changed something because it is not in mine. Yeah, it was moving nicely, CCNC. It was. Another one, fairly low float. China stock. All right, well, there's some topping tails now for the ZZ Go. Some nice ones on the 5 minute and the 15 minute. So, well, just going to say this could signal the end for a while for Easy Go. Boy, this could really have a fall here. EZGO, guys. This could really have a fall. The only thing that might hold it up is that 1030, 1040 mark. If it crashed through that, I don't. No, guys, semi. I know it just popped up over 6 now. CEMI, should call it the CEMI. It's not semi. Okay, now it's getting interesting again. It still has some room on that weekly chart. Certainly, obviously on the monthly. And there it goes. You're really watching this EZGO? Again, guys, I'm not ever going to tell you to take a trade. You have to make up your own mind, but I've been pointing this one out. Well, there were shorts available for me at how many? Not many, 52,000. I didn't take them all. No, but there were 52,000 available. Well, if you have Interactor, I can't tell you how to do it in any other program, but Interactor Brokers, you just hover over right underneath where it says where it says shortable. You just kind of hover over it, and eventually a box will pop up, and it'll tell you how many shorts there are. For other brokerage platforms, I can't tell you. Okay, so yeah, just sometimes it's a bit tricky. I usually left click on the shortable, and then eventually a little box pops up, and it tells me exactly how many shares are available. So what can I tell you about the new Trade Ideas Strength Alert service? Okay, yeah, well, it is brand new. I was surprised I wasn't getting any other questions on it, but I will pop the link in. It's a brand new service we've got, and it's not, probably not for most people in this room, but I mean, depends. By the way, if it's available to anybody who is a subscriber, okay? But if you're not a subscriber, but for $17 a month, it'll work like this. You'll get an email on Monday, and you'll be given 5 stocks that you can take a look at to trade. And the idea is, I mean, in theory, you would take you could either take the stock at the open on Monday and then close it out the following Monday at the open, or both at the close. But every Monday, you'll be presented with 5 more stocks. And this is done with what we now I'm going to call it relative strength index, but it's not just the RSI. There's a lot more that goes into it. And Michael Naus created the whole program to find these, and he basically takes the top 5 and will send them out to you. And again, that'll cost you $17 a month. If you have trade ideas, then you can have access to it. It's a symbol list. And the symbol list is, there will be a channel available eventually, but right now it's just a symbol list. And the symbol list is, right, sorry. It's called TI Strength. Yeah, I don't know where it is exactly. There it is, TI Strength. Okay, so you click on that, move it over. So it's called TI Strength. There will only be 5 symbols in it. All right, so you could create a top list window, add this, and you don't have to, if you don't want to put any filters in, that's fine. So you'll see the symbols. Okay? And this is, like I say, it is brand new. It's trying to appeal to those who do not have the time to spend all day on a computer looking at screens. You'll be given, again, 5 opportunities. How you trade them will be up to you. I do not place the order through Brokerage Plus, Ross said. No, the reason I don't do that is because of what I do. I could try to toggle back and forth in my live and simulated, but what I try to do, of course, is demonstrate the simulator all day long. So I just trade, the normal way within my IB program. Okay, I don't trade that much, maybe not the best of times. So for me to trade from within IB is just not that big a deal. Now, the email that goes out explains, in a very more detailed way about what the strength surface is all about. But that's the crux of it. You get five alerts Monday morning, and how you trade them will be up to you. Anybody who is a subscriber, standard or premium, okay? And then, of course, if you're not a subscriber at all, but you're just kind of interested in maybe, getting sort of spoon-fed some alerts to you every week, 5 of them, then, for $17 a month, you can sign up for it. Well, again, JB, it right now, there will be a channel eventually developed with a alert window and a top list window. Right now, to access it, though, just all you have to do is go to an alert window or a top list window and symbol list and find the one that says TI strength. Okay, and then just it'll be going out to everybody, the Dreamer. We just sort of started today. Eventually, every subscriber will get the newsletter. I mean, what you'd see is, the profile. You'll see the profile of the company. You'll see maybe a little verbiage on the reasoning for it, other than the fact that it is one of the top 5 as in a scan. It's just the scan is not available to anybody. Okay, it'll be totally proprietary. Come on, Mr. Ask, catch up to the bid for EasyGO. Yeah, then you can actually trade from your phone. You don't have to. You can watch it. You can see it on your phone if you can connect to a broker from your phone. So it's really designed for people that don't have a lot of time to do what I do all day long, and a lot of people in the room do all day long. Plus, even if you are an active trader, you'll see the 5 stocks, and something might you might like to trade. It's a little bit like the trade of the week. The other thing, though, is that there's no stops. I mean, they're not going to say, get into this one at this price, and this is the stop. It's not quite like that. But it's just really, really starting out. I'll put this in here to. Well, I say you can make it as hard as you want. IMI, okay? It's when you say too much information. I'll use this analogy. If you look at Word, MS Word, okay? Well, you look at the manual. All right, it's how many pages? 100, 300 pages, 400 pages, lots and lots of information. But nobody expects you to know to probably look at most of that. Most of the time, people who have MS Word, all they care about is, okay, how do I start a new document? How do I print it? Maybe how do I change the font? How do I bold or something like that? And that's it. If you're thinking it's too difficult, because when you look at all of the alerts that we've got and thinking, oh my gosh, I've got to learn all these alerts, I've got to learn all these filters, not really. Okay, I mean, we have all these alerts and filters because we have I don't know, 10,000 customers now. So they all have, not they all have, but there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So what we did was we created what we consider are enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can find something that's going to satisfy them, as a combination to show something that you want. But look at me. I mean, this is a basic new highs and lows. So what have I got in here? And if you haven't looked at the 20 lessons, well, that is something you should do. But I mean, this is it. Here's a price range. I always like the relative volume filter. Here's a minimum 400,000 shares, up 4% from the open. And, that's it. And then tell me when a stock makes a new high or low. I mean, that's pretty basic. Okay? So you can make it as hard as you want. If you think, well, man, I've got to learn every single alert and filter that's there, and that's just not the case. I'm not saying that, I mean, you have to put some work in, but that's why we created the 20 short lessons. So it'll run you through the basics. I would completely agree that if you don't take a look at the 20 short lessons and you just start to look and say, well, where do I start? Yeah. But we also created this channel bar, with all these different themes here. You don't have to know how they were made. There are all these different themes. You want to watch cannabis plays, you want to watch crypto and NFT now. I mean, these are all different channels. You don't have to learn every one of them. Some people like, here's the electric vehicle sector, momentum, so there are all sorts of different channels. Doesn't mean you have to learn them all. I think what you might be talking about, though, is, okay, great, I get an alert. How do I trade it? If that's more your case, and that's, Trade Ideas is a scanner. It will help you identify, interesting ideas, but how you trade them is going to be up to you. And if you're brand new to trading, then that's going to be difficult. Oh, I don't mind your comments at all. I don't mind your comments at all. That's why I'm here. Because, your comment, probably there could be 30 other people going, yeah, same for me. So again, if you're new to trading, though, completely new to trading, never mind Trade Ideas, then, I would really, really take a look at this little series that was created by Michael, from my homepage. And sorry, you click on my homepage, this is what you'll see. Oops. And then go to the education. Click here. And again, well, here's the 20 lessons. But that's assuming, you're brand new to Trade Ideas. Okay, take this, do this first. Otherwise, you'll be completely lost forever. And then once you've done that, and if you're new to trading, keep scrolling down, back to basics. You know, literally, and that's what Michael did. He took, with his wife, who had no idea about trading, and they did these a little 36-part video. It's very, very short videos. You know, and it starts off, what is a stock? Intro to charts, candlesticks, okay? You know, so that'll give you the basis, you know, of trading. Again, it's not going to make you an expert. The only one way, trading is hard. So that's why we have the simulator. Practice, practice, practice in the simulator. All right, well, this one turned out to be a great short, guys. I don't know how many of you took this short, the EZGO, if you could. This turned out to be a really excellent short from Real Scan. Yeah, I'm very choosy about the AI DM. A couple things, you know, I mean, I cannot concentrate on any one thing all day long. But for the AI, you know, I mean, in fact, I really wish I'd been paying more attention to ACY, but it was not shortable. That's right, it was not shortable for me with Interactive Brokers. So I have a certain price range that I like to trade with the AI. That's just me, though. You know, I like the ones that under $20, and then I use it as a watch list. But for instance, the ACY as a short, I couldn't short that because there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So if you were trying to trade this through, you know, here, you wouldn't have been able to trade it. Not that this is just a feature. You know, I think people get really, really, they misinterpret this whole thing, this Brokerage Plus, thinking that, well, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, therefore I can't use trade ideas because I have to use Brokerage Plus. It's just a feature. It's an option we have. If you want to use it, great. If you don't want to use it, that's fine. You know, we're a scanner. That's what we are. You can use us with any broker. The only hassle, if you will, is that, you know, you have to, if we don't link, we have a linking tool. Don't go over that much, but we have a linking tool. We link with many brokers, but all linking is just a time saver. So if you can establish the link with your broker, that means when I click on, say, Semi, it just loads into my broker's platform, and from there I trade it. So it's just a time saver. That's all it is. So what was my clue for this one? EZGO. Look at these topping tails. Okay? So again, what does it mean? It means that at one point the buyers had this stock right up here to 789. The sellers closed it there at 747. The buyers tried again. They got it up to 784. The sellers knocked it down to 749. The buyers tried one more time, get it up to 756, and then the buyers have just taken over. So at this point, the sellers just took over. So, you know, it's always a battle. All day long, there's a battle. Not just with this stock, between the buyers and the sellers. And eventually, you know, one group will just give up for a while. And so the buyers said, you know what, you sellers can have it. Now, the buyers at some point may come back in. But that was my clue right there. These topping tails. Yeah, so I can give you a script that if you contacted, do I still have it? Where do I have it? Just a minute. Yes, I do. Okay, I'm going to put this in the tech area, okay, SoCal? Tech support area. This is what I'm talking about. I'm just going to put the script that they would normally give to you right here. Okay, linking, TOS linking, okay? Okay, Adam, so here they are. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, thank you. I didn't. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I know. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, so there. So from Adam on my homepage again, just click on that homepage link, and this is what you'll see. And then go to the education section and scroll all the way to the bottom. Okay, all the way to the bottom of that education section to back to basics. Yeah, so if you have large wicks on either side, that means, nobody's really in control. So the question was, what if you had a big tall wick there and another one on the bottom? Well, then, there's nobody really in control. Nobody has completely ceded control. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so Mike, unfortunately, I cannot post it in YouTube. So can you see my screen? Maybe you can just take a screenshot. I know it sounds Mickey Mouse, but I can't post that script into YouTube. Otherwise, well, I could, but it would, I have to break it up into a bunch of sections. So if you can see my screen, then you can just do a screenshot, if that's okay. Okay. Let me just bring that back then again. Okay, so there it is. I'll let you do a screenshot. Just let me know when you've done it. Okay. I will assume you've been able to take the shot. All right, guys, it is now 1:50. So at 2 o'clock, I'm in the monthly development meeting. This is always the first Monday. This is Monday, right? Yeah. So the first Monday, of the month. So I'm in this monthly meeting. Well, what it does is all linking does is just a time saver. So if you establish a link, if you have TOS, then when you click on a symbol, it'll just load into your platform. It's just a time saver. Instead of you having to type the symbol in. That's all it is. Just a time saver. Okay? If that's not important, if you know, like somebody like myself, of course, who is clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, you know, it's a great time saver. But if you're only looking at a few symbols all day long, it's not a big deal to type it in. Okay? Well, if it works with TOS, if you found a way to make it work, yeah, you have to go, yeah, external linking, yes, and then you just have to follow the rules. And that's typically the script. Thoughts on ASO? Well, it certainly has a huge number of shorts. 45% is short. I mean, listen, it might continue. I mean, it had a great day. It's had a great 3 days. I know there are some in the main trading room that are, I don't want to say all over it, but I mean, it's, I don't know what else to say. I mean, there's the high way up here at 33, not that far away. Well, if it works, Mike, then don't do it. You know, why break it? Well, hey, one moment, please. Okay, guys, so as I say, I'll be putting myself on mute in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be here. I can kind of help out text-wise, but I'll definitely be muted. Well, listen, but I'm not an investment advisor, okay? So all I can say is that yes, yes, yes. Obviously, it's a fairly low float, 31 million, high short float percent. Somebody said these, you know, Wall Street bets guys are over this one. That may or may not. I don't know. But I'm not going to say yes. Go ahead and buy this, okay? You know, I mean, obviously it's at an all-time high right up here, so sky's the limit. I mean, there's no resistance. You know what? That's something that you might want to just go info at. I mean, anything is possible, but coming from you, coming from a customer, is more powerful than coming from me. Okay, so you can just ask that question. Okay, DM. But are you talking about? Are you on the web-based version? Well, the desktop, I'm not sure what your issue is then, because I mean, this is every day I load this. This is exactly what. If you're talking about going from channel to channel, if you're talking about going from channel to channel and how it only no, it's only going to fit like I know what you're. If that's what you're talking about, it's not gonna fit the whole size. Typically, what happens is this: once you get used to trade ideas, you rarely use the channel. Okay. Once you get used to trade ideas, you kind of create your own layout. You may extract various scans from the individual channels. You may take a look at mine, but eventually you'll kind of probably have your own layout. I mean, I don't go to the channel and start to play around all day long. I just think that once become a more accustomed user to trade ideas, you'll have your own channel or your own layout. Call it a channel, whatever you want to call it. I would find it too confusing to flip, channel to channel to channel all day long. Well, take it slow, take it slowly. Somebody said in the main room, I mean, they find it too complicated, or you can make it as complicated as you want. For me, I have really simplified everything. All right, guys, I am going to stick myself on mute right now. These meetings tend to go quite a while, so I may I may get back just in time to close the room down. So I don't know. Exactly. You change so if I wanted to go to different windows or different channels all day long, I'll miss all these at the beginning. It'll kind of readjust. Okay, guys, I'm on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back, and I have been shorting this MTP. I don't know if while I was in the meeting, I kept watching this MTP. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to see if this has, good. Okay. Another leg down. I was trying to get out of it. A little bit of a scalp issue for me in terms of getting in and out of this. But yeah, so that turned out to be, it's turning out to be okay, just as a fun little scalp. And again, that MTP came from Real Scan. I love this later on in the day. I really do. You know, I can't pay too much attention to it at the beginning of the day, but I really like when I have a little more time to pay attention to these. I mean, these are just very interesting tops, you know. Of course, the other one earlier, the EZPG, or whatever it was, the EZGO, very nice. Yeah, the grow, yeah, too fast for me. I was not paying attention to it. But the nice thing is that if shorts are available, you don't have to worry about the uptick rule, because these are all, of course, stocks that are up for the day. So you can get them pretty quickly, which is great. How to activate a sound alert? Okay, in an alert window, right click, properties, actions. Okay, so right click, properties, actions, and then basically just kind of follow this. Check the play sound, set up the sound. I always say it like this: you can have one window, text to speech. You can have them all, but then you'll never know which window to look at. So if you want to have one window, text to speech, great. Because the whole idea is to put a different sound alert on each window. So when you hear the alert, you'll know exactly which window to look at. So afterwards, then use custom sound. You don't have to use text to speech. It's just a lot of people seem to like that. But then afterwards, use custom sound, select, and then here are the 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. You can click on one, highlight it, you open it, you got it? Okay, and then play. If you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then it'll attach to that window. Remember, save your work at the end of the day. Like all these little things you're doing, you know, adding sound alerts, or maybe, you know, changing columns, things like that, they won't be remembered unless you save your work. Yeah, I don't think so. It'd be good though. Yeah, I mean, actually, I know you're kind of kidding, but you can actually in here. I've never tried it, but I'm 100% sure. Well, not 100% sure, but I'm assuming you can create your own, as long as you put it in this sounds folder. You can create your own folder with sound alerts in there, and you know, so you can have your own sound alerts. I've never done it because I mean, I don't really care about getting so specific. I think we have enough in here. But yes, I guess you can create. So I guess I could create one with my cat meowing. Let's take a look at XELB. My whole thing about after hours is closing near the high, you know, so it's got to me, it's got to get close to that 420 level. What happened when it did get up there? 420. So you see right there, $5 is the high and $4. So you're kind of in between these two highs on the monthly. And let's take a look at the weekly. Is it the same thing? Nope. So, I mean, this is quite a few months ago. This is back in 2017. So, I mean, this is kind of a big break now for XELB. Now, to me, if it closes near the high, then you start watching after hours and see how well it starts to trade. You know, you might get people piling in. So, it's possible, but for me, it would have to close near the highs. So it doesn't have to worry about trying to take out these highs again. Yeah, there's that MTP. So again, for me, the clue, not so much, I mean, and the other one, the in the Easy's GO, it was a little more dramatic. Remember I was talking about these topping tails on the 15-minute chart, and then the third one, he's a little more dramatic than the MTP. I mean, far more dramatic. But what got me interested was, you know, looking left and seeing what I considered, you know, some pretty tough resistance fairly close by. I mean, what did it get up to? Got up to 267 and 267, and you see this all is here. Looked like it could really try to stall right there, and that's kind of what it did. So it wasn't that there was a huge topping tail side by side, but to me, it just looked, okay, if I'm going to take this, and I didn't get this right up here. I got it right around 260 on the short. I would have just put a stop at literally 267. You know, if it took that out, I was out. So before I do leave, I'll be shutting the room at 3. I just want to quickly go over the fact that we still have this promo on, and it will almost 100% for sure be gone by 11:59 p.m. tonight Eastern time. Okay, so there is the promo code Easter Bunny, 20% off. I'm going to try to post this into YouTube, but I don't think it'll take it all. Yeah, that's the problem. The link doesn't respond well. So I'm going to delete that. Okay, so there you go. So again, don't use this promo. Obviously, don't use that promo code, Barry for Alpha. You only get 15% off. Use Easter Bunny. You get 20% off. First month only or the entire year. And again, more information from my homepage. And again, I should show you how to get there. Right here, Barry's homepage. There's the tab. And so stock of the day, scans, all the scans I'm sharing right here. So my advice is that, because there's a lot of information here, also all the education links are here. What I would do is I would just save the link to my homepage. Okay, so you can take a look at all this at your leisure. Okay, guys, so about 10 minutes left. So if you have any questions, fire away. Extend the amount of data in an alert window. The amount of data. So I don't know what you mean exactly. Okay, so are you talking about when you do a history and it has to be broken up? There's no other way to do that, if that's what you mean. Yeah, no, there's no way, no other way you can do it. Yeah, you have to keep clicking on the more available. I would say maybe you're having too many alerts. You know, I mean, if you're having so many, so it talks about having, more available, then I would say maybe you want to tighten up your filters or something. You're more than welcome, Ricky. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, there's nothing you can do on that regard, or in that regard, I suppose. Okay, so the MTP, so I'm all out of this MTP, this little short, not bad. Percentage basis wasn't too bad. This would have been a really nice one. I just didn't see it in time to grow. 945 right up here. See a couple of topping tails on the 2. Maybe could have taken it right around here, around 930. It was all the way down to 876, and it's still working down. Again, these are fairly quick, but look at the percentage moves. I'll take a series of those percentage moves in a short period of time all day long if I could. Nutanix. I mean, the stock of the decade. Yeah, this one is still alive, guys. The DCTH. It fell back down, and now it's again through the 200-day moving average, 1408. Yeah, look at it go. Sample scans. Sure. Well, I'm sharing a lot. Okay. Let me just do one thing. A couple of things. Make sure I've got these windows pinned. Okay, and then I'm going to show you where you can see a lot of sample scans. Now, the other thing though, Bob, if you're new to Trade Ideas, before you do anything, if you haven't done this already, you may be getting an email a day. You know what? I would bypass that. Just take a look at this, the 20 lessons. It was geared, I mean, there's no way it takes 20 days, but it was kind of a little bit of a marketing thing. So first of all, if you haven't done this, the 20 lessons again, it's called 20 days, but it will not take you 20 days, okay? So, all the basics, that building a top list, creating alert windows, etc. Okay? How to load a scan. You're asking about scans. intro to the cloud as an example. But here, from my home page, hopefully you can see that tab, my home page tab. And if you click on it, this is what you'll see. And one of the sections, all the scans that I am sharing. Click here, all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Okay, so you can take a look at this. What I would do, again, just save my homepage link so you can take a look at all these at your leisure if that's what you'd like to do. So that's number one. Number two is that we have a channel bar. And in the channel bar, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar. And here are a lot of scans. These are all themed channels. These are all layouts, okay? So we have created a lot of layouts in here. So for instance, if I wanted momentum as an example. Okay, momentum. Click on the momentum. And if I saw something that I thought, okay, what is this? Momo. Grow. Well, I can take a right click, configure. I can see the filters that have been used. Okay, I can see the filters that are being used, and I can always make a change. And again, this is why I want you to go through the lessons. But so these have all been created for you, and you could take this, say, well, you know what? I like a different price range, so you could make, instead of 1 and 50, how about 10 and 50? And you notice when I click on summary, it is now changed to 10 and 50. So all of these are, this is what we've given to you, but of course you can make a change if that's what you want to do. So if you saw something you liked, from one of the channels, then you would, and you maybe modified it to your style of trading, then you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. I'm going to show you why I've done that. Now I can go to the next channel or another channel. Here's stocks that are surging. Okay, the action is heating up right now. I could do the same thing. I could go in, take a look at the filters, maybe make a change. That's a pretty broad price range, 1 in 1,000. But let's just say I liked it the way it was. I right click, I save or share to cloud, save it. So you see what I've done? I've taken a couple of scans from 2 different channels and I've put them into the cloud. Now, just a minute. Now, more than likely, you would just have a toolbar at the top and a blank screen. If you didn't, you could just click on Windows and close all, okay? So that all you'd have is a toolbar right at the top. And then what you can do is start bringing back your scans one by one that you saved. File, load from cloud. See it, there it is, the action is heating up. So I click on it and load it. Load it on another monitor, but there it is. So you could go through the channels and extract various windows that you might like to see and save them and then bring them back one at a time. And in essence, creating your own layout with all of the scans that we had created for you. Okay, now listen, I went through that pretty quickly, but that's kind of the gist of it. Another one with the scans is if you click on channel bar again, these are a lot of, so what I showed you before was from my home page right here, the scans that I'm sharing, all right? The other traders at Trade Ideas, if you click on, where are we? Where is it? Traders Vault. I'm looking for Traders Vault. I know it's here. Just have to see it. My goodness. Where are you? Come on. I know they have not got rid of it. Help me, guys. I have to. Trader's Vault still has to be here. What's wrong with me? I can't see it. Not for me. It says explosive winners. But let me maybe they you know what, they probably changed it on me. I know that one of the guys there it is. Okay, I don't know why I didn't see it. There it is. Okay. Okay. Anyway, yeah, you're right. I just couldn't see it. So Trader's Vault, when you see it, here are a lot of scans that the other traders at Trade Ideas use. Okay? Now, this is not meant to be a channel that you watch all these all day long. You know, but if you bullish daily candlesticks, you know, bull flag daily setup, let's go fishing. You know, see, these are all different scans. Okay, and so again, the thing is that you could take a look at the scan. See. Well, there's actually two. This is a multi-strategy window, so there are a couple of alert windows in here. But the whole idea is then you can kind of see what the other traders are looking at. If you liked it, you just save or share to cloud, save it, and you can always bring it back. Okay, so there are a lot of scans that the other traders use. Hopefully that answers your question, Bob. And it is now over 3 o'clock. We're past 3 o'clock. Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions. So, well, listen, always an interesting day. So, I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Let me just get my script here. They're not doing that anymore. Yeah, it stopped. That's gone now. Yeah, it's just stopped this week. All right, everybody. I'm shutting the room down right now. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope to see you in the room tomorrow. Bye-bye.